Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Joining me up here tonight, we have fellow board members Jeff Broadley, Susan Stevenson, Jane Clare, and Nina Edward Anker, which constitutes a quorum. So I'm going to move to open the April 8th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Also joining us tonight is Counsel Alice Cooley. In the back, we have our recording secretary, Jackie Allen, and Sage Certain running our audio video. The first thing on the agenda tonight is minutes approval from March 25th, but I have not had time to review them, so I'm going to postpone the approval of those until the next meeting. Which brings us to the next thing on the agenda, which is one announcement before we start. I know Council is missing a lot of affidavits, so if you have affidavits, worth a note that we'll be looking for them for several of the applications tonight.
Do you want me to say which ones I'm missing?
Yeah, let's do that. Just so people know we don't have them.
I'm missing 75 Down East Lane, 7 Meadowgrass Lane, 163 Halsey Street.
Okay. So,
Yep, you have them? Your affidavits of posting and mailing? You don't have them? I think you should do that. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear from you tonight. Awesome. Thanks. Very good. Very good.
And while you do that, this is Alex. I just want to let you know I'm here on Zoom.
oh, you are with us. Great.
Yes.
Oh,
That's our planning director,
That's
Alex
correct.
Wallach, joining by video.
Linda? So the affidavit of posting has to be notarized as of today because it has to be attested that the sign remained up as of today. So it has to be that the sign was up each day through today.
Can I go take a picture?
Why don't you see if you can get this re-notarized as of today?
Okay, how would I, do you have any idea how I could do that?
The library.
Okay.
I have it. John, are you notary?
Your stamp. Oh no, your emboss. Where else could she go?
I'm going to give this back to you so we can get started here, okay?
If there's,
We've got a big agenda to get through.
if they're
I
still
wanna
open,
help
the
you, but
UPS store.
We got to move on.
Oh, yeah, the UPS store. Oh,
They're
okay.
not open.
Mark, you want to get to the written decision?
All right, so let's move on to the written decisions. We do have a long agenda tonight. Just to remind people, the meeting for next week, for the next meeting where April 22nd is canceled, that's the first night of Passover. So the next meeting for this board will be May 13th, and materials will be due for that meeting by May 7th.
Okay. So
Written decisions.
The first one up is Five Boys LLC. This is a certificate of appropriateness for a 2-story single-family dwelling and pool house. So for each of these, there were some different board members. So I'm just going to go through which board members are voting on each one.
Please.
This is Mr. McIntyre, Miss Buxton, who's not here, Miss Clare, Miss Stevenson, and Miss Unker.
So would that be okay?
So everyone
Okay.
but Mr. Bradley can vote
So-
on this one, basically.
Yeah.
So I think everyone has
Three
reviewed it.
people
If you
can
want
vote
to
here.
Yeah.
go ahead and vote on
Okay, did everybody receive a copy of the written decision?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a chance to read it?
We have an email issue.
Okay.
Password.
So
How
now,
many votes do you need? How many votes do we need?
it. I need 3.
And who's eligible?
You, Jane, and Susan.
oh,
Okay. Okay, so motion to approve the written decision for Five Boys LLC. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have 3, so we're okay. Okay, second, Meerkat LLC.
This is a certificate of appropriateness for exterior alterations to a commercial structure.
700 Meadow Lane.
No, I'm sorry. Which one is this? Now let me come back to this one. 700 Meadow.
That's the elaborate house.
Oh, milestone.
Mayfair or-
Milestone.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. This is, can we do 840 Meadow?
Okay.
Okay. So 840 Meadow, this is, the owner applied for 3 detached garages, but the board ended up actually approving 1 detached garage. And voting on this one is Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Broadleaf, Miss Claire, Miss Stevenson, and Miss Unker.
Okay. Did you guys have a chance to receive the, and did you read the written decision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So motion to approve the written decision for 840 Meadow Lane for construction of a detached accessory garage. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so 700 Meadow Lane was exterior alterations to the contributing structure known as the Milestone House.
Okay.
And voting on this is Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Broadleaf, Miss Claire, Miss Stevenson, and Miss Buxton.
Okay. Did you guys have a chance to review and did you receive the written decision? Okay. Motion to accept the written decision for 700 Meadow Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And you have 2 Gin Lane LLC?
Yes. Okay, so this was a determination that was adopted at the last meeting, but I had a typo in it. So the purpose of this determination is to correct that typographical error.
Okay. Did you guys have a chance to look at it?
And the voting members
Yes.
on this one, excuse me, are Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Broadleaf, Miss Claire, Miss Stevenson, and Miss Buxton.
Okay. Motion to approve the written decision for 2 Gin Lane to correct the typo. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is an adjournment request, but I think they're actually here, so we're going to skip that until we get to that in the agenda. Which brings us up to carryover sign matters. So the first one is Wells Fargo at 111 Main Street. Okay. Hello, if you guys would introduce yourselves to the record, please.
Yep, Kevin Ream of Bowler, 275 Broad Hollow Roads, Melville, New York.
Okay,
And George Macariello, Wells Fargo Bank.
great,
We have 2 people in the waiting
Rachel
room.
McCarthy, Patterson Sign Group.
There she is.
great. There was someone else in the waiting room?
I think so. Joe Newsom, are you there? No.
You wanna ask him to raise his hand? Yeah.
Are you presenting on Zoom or are you presenting for your
No,
own
he
materials?
just the other guy. We just want to tell him to raise his hand so he can get in. But
Okay.
I could start. I mean,
Okay.
I think the last time we were in front of you, there were just a couple.
What would help is if, do you have a copy that you could turn around facing us so they can see it on camera? That would be
Yeah.
great, thank you.
I think the last time we were together, your questions were about the gooseneck lighting, which we have since added. The color is going to match exactly what is on the facade now, which is a gray, so that you won't see it. You know, we've tried to place the signs of the gooseneck lighting, you know, and match it to how the signs are in the middle and on the side there. There's also a spec of the gooseneck lighting, which you should have on the second page. That has the elevation with the CVS on it.
You guys paperwork showed that? Mine doesn't.
Is this the spec, the little insert here?
Yes, that's it.
That's it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
And then the other on page 4, we have blown up the canopy a little bit because I know you guys had questions on that as well.
Thank you.
You know, and the lighting that will be inside of it, and that were your general concerns of our last hearing.
Okay. And can you just take me through the materials for that overhead lighting? What's the exterior framing?
Of the lighting,
For the canopies, the lower part of the canopy will be 63/100 of an inch thick painted aluminum panel with perimeter down lighting.
Okay.
That'll be an acrylic drop-in lens with white LED lighting.
Okay. And it's color matched to the trim, right?
Yes, that's correct.
correct. Everything is going to color match the exterior.
What's the frame made of?
Aluminum.
Aluminum.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that.
Okay. Board members? Susan, Jane?
I just wanna make sure those other lights are coming down, right?
Yes, correct. That's what.
Yes.
Yes, they are completely. We don't need them anymore, and that's why we're just going with the goosenecks only now. And like I said, they'll match that same exterior, so we won't really even see them.
Susan, Jane, you good?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm good. Motion to approve the lighting plan for Wells Fargo with the drawings dated April 2nd, 2024. Is there a second?
Wait. With built-in lighting in the canopy,
Yes, it's underneath.
Correct.
and it's a long.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it. It's
You
gonna
won't
be
see
flush-
the
Yeah,
light.
it's going to be flush mounted inside the
it's-
canopy.
Dark skies compliant?
Correct.
Okay.
Motion to approve the Wells Fargo lighting from drawings dated stamped in
Is there
April
another item?
April 2nd, 2024. Dated 1/12/2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thanks. We're on again, but that's for the panels. Do you need to still see us, or can we go? For the storefront, for the 2 glass, or are we okay?
Well, this is for the signage.
Okay.
They're asking.
So I think hang out.
Okay.
Good. But wait a minute. Okay. Next up on signage is 43 Hill Street, but we have a bunch of stuff for 43 Hill Street, so I'm just going to ask, let's wait and let's just do it all at the same time. Okay? Next up is Kelly's Cafe, signage for Kelly's Cafe at 54 Hampton Road for window signs. Is anyone here?
No, and on this one, and Alex, correct me if I'm wrong.
He's not here.
Oh.
He's not here.
Oh, I thought Alex was on.
He's not here.
Oh,
I'm listening in.
Oh, okay.
oh, okay. In part, this was on the agenda because the sign committee did not have the opportunity to review it
Okay.
in time, so we thought we would just put it on the agenda. But I think it's pretty straightforward. It could go back to the sign committee unless now that it's on the agenda, it has to stay on the agenda.
Let's send it back to the sign committee. It looked pretty straightforward, but let's send it back to the
Okay.
sign committee and then we can move on.
Right. Okay.
Okay? Which means the next one on the agenda is for Lolly Nail Salon at 36B Hampton Road.
I think that was approved.
Was it?
No, there
Well,
was some
it-
quirk.
It had gone back and forth, but then they finally submitted a drawing that at least Jane and I are comfortable with. Where
Yep.
they took out unless they're here, are they? No? Okay, where they took out the line,
Yep.
and then they kept the font all the same, and they capitalized the first letter in each word.
Okay?
Yeah, much better.
And I did sign off on this with Roby before she left.
Okay.
All right, good.
All right.
So we're good on that.
We're gonna, all right, so it's approved.
So that's
Alright.
done.
So that's done. Okay.
Thank you, Jane.
Moving along. Okay, so that brings us to new matters, and the first one is a work session with the Rogers Mansion, Southampton Museum, 17 House Meeting Lane. Hello?
Good evening.
You guys can state your name for the record, please.
Sure. I'm Ben Chaliff of Chaliff and Rogers Architects, and I'm joined here by the Executive Director of the Southampton History Museum, Sarah Kautz.
Hello, Sarah. Okay.
I believe you all know why we're here, that there are exterior reconstruction and rehabilitation planned for the Rogers Mansion in particular, of which the scope of which is outlined in a booklet that you should have received. Yes, good. And the drawings, elevations have general notes about the areas of work.
Okay.
I think you should also just generally know that we are following, wherever possible, we are following the Department of the Interior's standards for work such as this. We're following state guidelines throughout. The project will be publicly bid for all this work, and there are very thorough specifications being written for all the work. The materials will be replaced in kind wherever possible, with the few exceptions where we're going back to original materials where they've been non-historic over the years, such as asphalt shingles will be turned back into cedar, and those sorts of things. But generally, it's replacing in kind, windows, shutters, masonry. The front porch, there's some structural issues with some of the appendages, such as the front porch, which you maybe have noticed if you've ever been over there, that it's on its last legs. So the roof of that is being repaired, and the notes call that out. Generally, most things are more cosmetic than that, but they're trying to preserve things as best they can now so they don't get worse.
Okay. If you could just quickly go through, top line the proposed work as it went through this document. Quickly, just what you're doing phrase by phrase, because the question is, what are the materials you're using, and they are as existing, replace existing. We're not changing materials, we're not substituting materials.
Right, that's correct. I think the only okay, so there might be easier to list the exceptions. Would that be, or do you want me to go through these one by one?
I think we just quickly go through, just top line them one by one, just for the public, so they understand the extent of the work.
Okay. So I think all the roofs are being repaired. The sloped roofs, like that I mentioned, it's going from asphalt shingle back to cedar. There are at least one of the other cedar roofs that's being replaced in kind. The flat roofs, which are not visible at the top of the main structure and at the top of the cupola, and there's also one section in the back that is also a flat roof. Those are currently torch down asphalt membranes, and they will be coated in a 15-year acrylic roll-on membrane. So that's something that's a little different. Okay, well, I'll go through like you said.
Upgrade for that.
That is an upgrade for that, right? Because and that will give it a 15-year warranty, and then at the end of that 15 years, they can recoat it. Some of the gutters, Yankee gutters, are non-functioning. Some of the downspouts need to be redirected and repaired. Flashings, in some cases where wall flashing meets roof, they were installed improperly, or they've deteriorated or moved. So there's some flashings that are being opened up and repaired and replaced. The woodwork that's probably most visible to you, which would be on the south side of like the music room, for example, where there are these engaged pilasters and some other places. Those are very worn and will be rebuilt according to exactly what is there now, minus the 27 coats of paint. The masonry, the chimneys in several places are extremely worn, let's say, and the main chimney on the facing south that engages the music room roof is in extremely poor condition to the point of actually falling apart. So that's actually going to get taken all the way down to the music room roof and reflashed and rebuilt, both the structure and the exterior brick. Let's see, the picture sum things up nicely at the back, but the wood windows that are in need of repair will be done so in the traditional manner. It'll be reglazed and reputtied. We're not improving them to the point of energy efficiency, only this is not the point of this building. So those will be repaired in the traditional way. The shutters will be repaired in the traditional way wherever possible, or rebuilt if they're either missing or beyond repair. We have yet to, I think, select that actual material, but I think it would be in a paint grade cedar, since they're painted. Those will be done off premises and then installed. And am I missing any major areas you're aware of?
Painting.
Yes, and then painting of the entire building, which in many cases means removing a lot of old paint. And then things will be going back in the same palette that they are currently.
We do have a lot of water infiltration, so this is going to address a lot of that.
And when you talk about the pergola that you're putting the membrane on, is that the freestanding pergola at I guess it's the east front?
That's the southeast corner where the driveway sort of comes in from Meeting House. Yes,
It's the freestanding one, sort of.
correct,
Okay.
and that will be in cedar also.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions?
Not really. What a big job, though. Oh my God.
It's many years in the making. Is
I guess.
both the
And many years,
extent-
to be honest, many years overdue too. So
Exactly. That's more what I was referring to.
you could have taken out 20 loads of paint instead of 27.
It's pretty
Yeah.
incredible.
Well, it's important. It's a hugely important building to the village. So the work you're doing is incredible. I just wanted you to just take it through here in case there are any questions anyone or any member of the public had about the project.
Sure. Well, also, I guess since you've opened the opportunity there, they are have secured a grant for roughly half the cost of this project, but the rest will be both through village funding and fundraising. So if there's anybody out there that wants to help
What
in
is
any
the
way,
projected cost of the project?
1.2?
yeah, we're somewhere between 1.2, 1.4 million. It's prevailing wage, so it makes it quite a bit more.
Just the painting alone would kill you.
Indeed.
Just one question on my part.
Sure.
The columns in front of the music room, where the base is very deteriorated, are the columns being replaced or the bases being replaced, and do they, just out of curiosity, do they support that which is over them?
They're not structural. They're decorative on the exterior there. Those engaged columns, but they're. I don't know if we've quite evaluated them one by one yet to that point yet, but it's some of it's going to be on a case by case basis. How bad are they? Can they be repaired, or do they need to be remade?
Right. And if they were to be remade, would it be wood?
It would definitely be wood.
So the only case where you're replacing something with an alternative material is on top of the pergola?
No, the pergola roofing is cedar. I was saying up on the flat roofs,
The membrane.
those membranes are getting coated, in
Okay.
in the acrylic
Okay.
membrane.
All right. Any other questions about methodology?
No.
All right.
Mark, would you like me to review the standard?
If you don't mind.
Sure. So the board does have the ability to decide whether or not a COA is required. And basically anything that does not involve a change in design, building materials, color, or outward appearance is considered ordinary maintenance and repair.
Since this is clearly ordinary maintenance and repair, I don't personally feel that COA is necessary.
Mhm.
So do we need a motion not to need one, or we just don't pursue?
I think it would be appropriate for the board to vote that this is ordinary maintenance and repair.
Okay. Motion to approve this project as for the library as for Rogers Library as ordinary maintenance and
This is
repair,
the
not
Rogers
the
Mansion,
Rogers
sorry.
Mansion, sorry, for ordinary repair not requiring a certificate of appropriateness. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Great. Good luck.
Good
Thank you very much.
presentation.
Maybe
Thank you
somebody
very
heard you out there and you'll find a
Come
donor.
by and bring a scraper.
much. Stand out there with that little jar.
Or more dangerously, one of those heat guns. All right, so that takes us down to public hearings, historic carryover matters. The first is 92 Little Plains LLC.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, if you'd introduce yourself, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jaime Donate. I'm the architect for 92 Little Plains Road. I'm joined remotely by the homeowner, my client, and also our landscape architect, Steven Yavanian. We were here in the last meeting 2 weeks ago on the 25th. This is our third meeting, and there were a number of objections. So I guess I'll just jump to responding to those. So I'll
If you would, that'd be great.
start with the front of the house. We're pursuing to replace the windows in the whole house. We've discussed it at length, did some research around town. We have decided not to pursue replacing them and keeping the existing windows instead. So that, in essence, the windows, I would say like 90% of them are remaining to exist, and the ones that are modified or are added will have the same language as the existing.
Okay.
And then I'll move to the back. There were, which is where I think the majority of the objections were focused. One of them was we're proposing a porch second floor deck. There was a concern about privacy, sightlines, and also sound, noise, and light pollution to the neighbors. We have decided to eliminate the deck and altogether, and as part of that, also triggers redesigning that whole area. So instead of having a flat roof with a deck, we have redesigned it to have a shed roof, and in a way be much more discreet, consistent with the house. I personally think that it helps with the facade from what is there right now. And then there was another objection also in the back of the house about the amount of glazing we were proposing. We had a number of pretty large sliding and also French doors in both. It was all on the first floor. This is a living room or family room, and this is a dining room. This is the new proposed. We were proposing a pretty large expanse of glass. We have redesigned that altogether. So in this portion, this underneath a porch, there will be a pair of French doors, a single door with side lights, and 2 windows, which in a way is a modification from the existing, which is 3 pairs, 3 French doors. So not that different, if anything, a little bit more to scale, a little bit more domestic. Also, this is all underneath this porch. The porch also got a little bit smaller and lower. It also got more columns. It used to have a very large span. There was a comment about the columns being perhaps too thin or kind of flimsy for this scale. So we have introduced more columns, and it also creates a rhythm in the front that breaks down the facade. So that's the change in this area. Moving towards the right, these 3 windows here, I just want to point out that the this is a kitchen window, so it has a casement or casements on both sides and a picture window in the middle. We're proposing to change this to just a set of or 3 double hungs on top of joint. And then the last change on the also related to this glazing, we're proposing a pretty large set of French doors and side lights. We have changed that to 2 French doors and a much more solid wall compared to what's existing. It's actually less glazing. There's a French door, these slightly awkward casement windows that act like a picture window, but they're really casements, and then a door on the side. So in a way, we have simplified that and try to actually introduce more wall. And we've also modified the pergola a bit to have a bit more, smaller spans. This is an updated rendering that may give a better sense of where these elevations all take place. So there's a lot of depth here. The house has a lot of back and forth. So here you can see underneath the porch there is the French doors in the middle, a door with a side on the left and the windows on the side. And off on the right there's the raised deck with a trellis and the smaller doors. And
just so the railing that's on the second floor, that's pre-existing, right?
That's correct.
That's there now. The porch is where you've got the shed roof across the back here. That's where the deck was that you took off. That's no longer there.
Right. It was pretty much the same. It was a slightly larger footprint. It was a deck that mimicked the existing one, but it was a pretty large footprint. We have just gotten rid of it altogether. And in a way, the shed roof, I think it helps the facade. I'm just going to show you some photos of the existing, just to see what we're working with. This is the facade, right? So there's a lot going on here. There's this double gable, and then there's these French doors with the picture window at the kitchen and this awning or overhang. There is the porch that you see. So there's a lot going on. I think, in a way, that's what we've been trying to do the whole time, is trying to unify the facade a little bit more and make it a little bit more cohesive. So I think that is an improvement. And if you allow me to just show you the dining room, which has a similar situation. There's the French doors, but then there's these oversized casements that are just a little confused, I think. And a door on the side. We're trying to quiet all that down by a lot. And the last change we made is, there was a comment about related to our planting plan where there arborvitae. We're proposing to infill. There's a break in the tree line with the neighbor. We're trying to infill that, and there was a concern about arborvitae, so we're happy to change those to laurel. So that's why we changed that in the proposed planting plan.
Okay. Board members.
I think the improvements are just that, improvements. And it's great. And what you did with that rear elevation, you added character, dimension to it, and at the same time, I think created more usable space.
I agree. And the neighbor, where you have the gap in the hedge, I do not object to using arborvitae if that would improve the situation between the neighbors, because we keep
neighbors happy.
It's just me though, but I mean, it would solve a problem maybe.
Well, I think the neighbor's objection was to the deck.
Yes, but then they keep writing, not just one letter, saying.
But now the deck is gone.
Well, the deck is gone. There's still a little glitch up there. They don't like the light. I don't know. I don't know why. If that's the big deal. Why don't we just? I'm not prohibiting arborvitae. How's that?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree that the rhythm of the facade is improved from the existing, and you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Had those legs on the back. It'd be so cool.
Oh my gosh. There must be somewhere, right?
What?
There must be somewhere. I think I read that somebody bought them and has them in their driveway.
A gallerist had them for a while and they were in sick, however, but they were like, people were freaked out. It was so
They were
cool,
sold on
though, to have
auction.
something up on the street.
I would tell you that I think the changes are an improvement, and I thank you for listening. And I think one of the biggest complaints was the sightline issues to the neighbors has been resolved, which I think
Right.
is great. The only objection I would have is the fenestration, but it's pre-existing because of, and the because there's a sort of prairie windows and
Yeah.
looking at would have been better.
Yes.
But they're pre-existing, and that's your choice. That's your choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did look, actually had a fun time driving around South Main Street. Found a beautiful house. I think you were talking about.
Yes. Well, one of the
75.
sister houses we talked about is coming up later tonight. So
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah.
It would have been a big investment, enormous
I
investment to get
understand.
to that level of craftsmanship that we were probably not going to be able to afford.
Okay. Like I said, it's pre-existing, but I think the changes are great.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the public? Sage, that's a no? All right.
Ready, ready.
So motion, let me get my,
No,
there's so much paperwork for me, I want to make sure that I've got the right dated
4-2.
set of documents here.
Is what we're working with?
4-2 is the latest.
24?
4-2 are the latest revisions.
Okay. Motion to approve the plan for, to submit to written decision, the plan for 92 Little Plains based on documents dated 4/2/2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
I know
you.
we've been through it for a little while. You let us go through, and Zach did a report, so we knew what we were dealing with, and I think we've been really respectful to a house that other things hadn't been so respectful to in the past.
That's right.
And it's going to be a good improvement. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
You listened to us. You were good.
Thanks.
Okay, so that brings us up next to, speaking of sister houses, 121 Elm Street. Hello.
Hello,
If you'll introduce yourself for the record.
Lisa Zaloga. I'm the architect for 121 Elm Street, and this is Jovan.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Now, are you still in front of CPA?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, that's a different house. Sorry, there's another house. We have a couple. Okay.
That's at your next
That's the next one. Okay. That's your John Street house, right?
That's John Street,
Okay, I'm
correct.
sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
Okay, so we were here, I don't even know how long ago now. And at the time, it was suggested that Zach would do a report. And so Zach did a report, and I think somehow some of the pictures that I had submitted didn't make it to Zach. So then it was approved that Zach could come and look at the house and look at some of the pictures that we had for the existing from years ago. And so we met
And
at
you
the
had,
house.
You had some questions about the windows.
About the windows,
Right.
correct. So Zach came, and I believe he revised his report. Hopefully you guys have seen it. Based on the comments from Zach's first report and our meeting, we've made some revisions to the proposal. We'll start with the front of the house, or the east side. As hopefully the board remembers, the porch, the front porch that was in the historic photos, had at some point in time been cut back and made flush with the front facade. And our proposal was to bring it back to the old wraparound porch that we have the historic photos from. And oh, they'll see it. Well, yeah. Could you focus in on this one, the front elevation? Up here. There you go. Good job. So we met Zach out there.
Lisa, for a minute, slide that historic picture just into the frame there for him. Yeah.
There you go.
Because that's what you found from your historic document.
Right. So this is the historic photo,
Yeah.
and it's also on the Sanborn maps. You can see that it was a wraparound porch. So Zach had a few comments about that. He liked the front columns being equidistant. So we modified that from our original proposal and made the columns equidistant as they are in the photo. So we changed the porch post around as well as recreating this existing porch. We also are maintaining the cute little front window that exists as opposed to modifying that window. So the front facade, other than the fact that we are extending the porch back to what was originally there, will remain as it currently is. This little window will remain. The window that is above that on the second floor, all the windows that you see on the front of the house, we think are in good enough condition that we can maintain those windows. If we have, there's a couple of panes that are broken. There's a couple of sashes that may need some work, but the goal is to try to keep all of those windows in the existing part of the house. So that was step one. So step two was more along the lines of the sides of the house, where our addition is located. And so, in the original thing that I came in front of you with, I had maintained or mimicked the divided lights that are on the existing part of the house. And Zach was not fond of that. He wanted to, of course, be able to see where that transition was. So we agreed that 1/1 windows in the addition would maintain the rhythm of the fenestration, but show where that break was, where the addition actually exists. So the windows that are existing will maintain those divided lights. The windows in the addition will become 1/1s, simplified and not taking away from the existing part of the house. One of the other things that Zach felt a little strongly about is the existing chimney that is kind of in the middle of the house. We were removing that, and he asked that we keep it. He said, when you look at an old house, you can, where that existing chimney is, gives you information about the house, and he asked that we maintain it, so we're maintaining that as well. The other thing, again, to not mimic, but kind of keep the rhythm, we've changed the roof lines in the addition to a hipped roof as opposed to mimicking the gable. So that does two things. A, it keeps in the character of an old Queen Anne house where hipped roofs are seen, but it again shows the differentiation between the existing part of the house and the addition, and it also acts to minimize the massing of the addition. So the roofs on the back of the house will be hipped and not mimic the front gables that are so prominent, allowing the front part of the house to be more important. We had a couple of windows that I was adding in the what is actually the existing part of the house. I was adding a couple of windows here. He asked me to kind of keep as true to the existing part of the house as I could, so I removed those two windows that were there. That's basically the general idea. We've stepped it back. You can see where the transition of the old to the new is, which was very important. We've kept the rhythm, but not mimicked. Tried to reduce the mass. Again, the footprint is only 446 square feet bigger than what the existing house currently is. So I think from a small, it's less than 50% expansion. That's what I got.
Board members.
Speak now.
Generally, I think you did a good job. I think you listened to Zach. I know there was some question about the column trim or something like that.
He mentioned if you look at what's there currently, it's more like a fan thing, and the old pictures show it more of almost like a concave kind of thing. You know, I just kind of have on the drawing. I don't call it out specifically. We're more than happy to match this picture. This picture, you know, I'm more than happy to match that corbelling. I think it's I think it's a nice look.
Yeah, look. Even though the square footage is only 400 and some odd square feet, the vertical addition and the cubic volume that results from that is significant. At the same time, you have adhered to the requirement that it's distinguished and differentiated from the main house. And to the extent you're building back and not wide, I think the facade will be retained and the look from the street will be generally retained. So unless I'm missing something, I think I have no objections.
Okay.
I'm just curious, with these two old photographs here, one looks like the house is white, and
Oh, they changed a lot of colors.
I understand. Do we know maybe what it was originally?
Was a grayish,
Like cedar shake, natural cedar shake?
natural
I think so. I mean, you know, I
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
we'd have to go back in
And what
time.
are we doing now?
We're doing cedar shingles.
Yeah.
cedar shake,
Okay.
and roof also cedar shake.
So new shingles, not
New shingles.
Yes,
keep
but we will mimic this
Figure it-
pattern
Great,
that
great.
is on the the shingling, and we will also
But that's,
keep.
that's the question I had. Are you going to, in your separation from the new to the old,
Mhm.
because this are one of the historic standards is you'd be able to understand what the old house was, and if you took away the new, could you identify the old? And one of the things that's very distinguishable about this house is sort of the fish scale pattern that goes around.
Mhm.
So you're going to go to a straight pattern when you hit to the newer part where you change the mirrors, or are you going to mirror that fish scale all the way around?
I mean, I'm thinking that we go to just regular, but I think we're probably open to your suggestion too. You know, I mean, Zach and I actually didn't talk about the shingling other than maintaining what was on the original part of the house. I mean, I think it's if the board has if the board has a strong opinion about it, you know, obviously from the standpoint of looking at it as a house that somebody's going to live in, you want it to be somewhat uniform in terms of what you're looking at, but you know, I understand the adding on to the historic concept too, you know.
Historic preservation gets a little tricky.
So, you know, you kind of
Okay.
What does the owner prefer?
I'm open. I want to preserve the old house, and that's why I purchased the house. I live next door, so I'm open to whatever we can do to preserve everything. Whatever looks better for also what is more appropriate.
I like it to be all the same, but how much can you see from the?
Not much. You cannot
No.
see it from
See,
the
that's
street
the
at
part
all.
when
Right.
I went back.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it matters. Although that's such a specific, quirky
Also,
design of the shingles that I think it's fantastic, and so
Yeah.
to have it all like that would be cool. But
because we have hip roof here shows more, whereas gable shows really nice.
Right.
When you have a hip roof already minimized, so you
Yeah.
can put the bar down, but it's not gonna
Yeah,
stand out much.
We'll get Nina's opinion on this. My opinion is since you're changing the fenestration, changing the shingle pattern to straight would be that signal of what is the new house that's very subtle versus having, but it's just, you know, when you look at the historic preservation rules, that's what I'm sort of thinking about. It's a quibble, it's not a deal breaker. Nina, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very sensitively designed, keeping in mind the rhythm and keeping to the character of the original. I think it's.
so, what do you think about changing the?
I think it's hard to tell from a
No
rendering.
kidding.
I mean, if you had material samples and more blown up detail, it would be easier to see. But
Well, this is a lot different from straight shingles.
cedar shingles.
This is a rendering?
White cedar, white cedar,
So in
and
this
the
rendering-
weather.
Right.
Right, so what I'm saying is,
Right, and I mean, this was the rendering, but, I mean, we mimicked the shingles all the way back.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I'm not, if that were a make or break situation, we would be fine going
do
with
whatever.
regular shingles.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
And what is the ecological footprint impact?
I don't think that has,
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna, I don't think that there's a difference there.
Is not treated, or it's just the same.
Yeah, no, it'd be this, I mean, it would be the same material, it
The
would just
same
be,
material.
is it a staggered pattern or is it straight across? You know, I mean, it wouldn't really be a,
For what it's worth, Jane and I on this end are indifferent. And really, does it matter what looks best?
I would just, from a standard standpoint, it's a subtle.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I just want us to discuss it because it's a thing that would signal where the
Yes,
the
I
other
agree with
buildings
you.
that have elm, we wanted to be obvious where the departure is.
I always feel like it feels like I didn't put enough money into the addition, right?
but you're changing because I wouldn't feel that way if you weren't changing the fenestration, but you
Yeah.
are changing the fenestration. So if there's a fenestration, a hip roof, and then that obvious departure, but it's not the hill to die on.
I just want to say this. My house is 1898, and I did a very small addition many years ago, and I made it look like it was part of the house.
I
It was
know.
a very, very small.
Bad girl.
No, I did, but I'm just saying, I didn't, whether I knew better or not. I'm very glad people walk in my house, I don't even know I ever added on.
I know.
At all. So I'm just saying, it's a very small, I added a mudroom and a bathroom.
I think it's interesting to keep a uniform pattern across and then have the subtle changes.
Subtle changes.
that
So
would be my
keep the shingle pattern the same all the way through. Okay, I mean that's what's shown in the
Okay.
but
I think
I
it's
think
too
you'd be consistent with that.
drastic otherwise.
Okay.
Almost,
it kind
because
right it kind of yeah.
It's such an
It seems like you
oddity.
have agreement for keeping your
Okay.
shingle
Yeah.
patterns on
Okay.
the
We've made a decision.
All right.
All right.
Are there any comments from the public or the neighbors?
Oh, God.
Okay.
Vast silence. It's
So I'm going to go for motion to move to written decision to accept the application for 121 Elm Street from drawings dated stamped in March 5th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Good
It's a beautiful,
job.
it's a beautiful
Thank you
house.
guys.
Honestly, I think it's gonna look swell.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Next, happy Eagles. Wow, that's been good.
Next up on the agenda then now is Hill Street Cinnamon LLC for, we have to talk about your signage and alterations.
Very fancy. So nice and clean.
I would like to share content on the screen.
That's fine. If you could just start by
Oh, raise
introducing,
my hand?
if you could start by introducing yourself.
I'm Ed Parker from 1100 Architect. Okay.
Okay, they're coming up.
I think so.
Okay.
So the last time we were here, we talked about a number of items and trying to circle back and address.
Okay.
I think fundamentally the first thing that we were talking about had to do with the history of the building. So I'm going
Yep.
to cover that. And then
Yes, and I owe you an apology. You are correct. We, the last time that you were here, we did only landmark the facade, and I hadn't reviewed that in advance, and I wasn't sure, and I should have known, and I apologize if it caused you any trouble.
No apology necessary. It's perfectly fine. Thank you. So I'll move through that piece quickly, and then go into a number of the items that we were talking about on the facade. So just to go over at least our, based on our observations, the historic report and also our observations of the building, the dividing line between where the original building was and where the new construction is happens probably, I don't know, about 40 feet back or so. In the historic report, there were these pictures from historicaerials.com that we went in and tried to get better imagery from, and then did a little bit of line work that also, I think what's interesting for us is that kind of the building grew, I suppose, sometime in the late 90s to the side. And last we were here, we were talking about putting some banners potentially on some of the faces of the part of the building that grew, which we have also heard you and taken out of the proposal altogether. So we don't need to talk about banners anymore.
Okay.
Right. Here's just another point about exactly where we see things changing on the back of the building, and we don't need to belabor this. But the construction of the interior is also different. Okay, so this is what the building looked like before we started working on it. As you know, we've been there for quite a while working on remediation and restoration of elements of the facade as found. This is a rendering of the current proposed renovation. The items that we can dive into on the facade, you had mentioned the transom windows that were half moon shaped. The facade, we had been showing signage vitrines, which is still in our proposal. And another element that we, upon further review, that we identified as potentially something to change. Currently, the entry doors are a divided light, but I believe that occurred when the building was expanded to the rear. I think that originally the building didn't have divided lights on the entry doors. They were full sheets of glass, and we're proposing restoring that older condition at this point. So to zoom in on the detail, the picture in the middle is where it is today. You see much of the repair of the facade has been completed. This is work that's done. Based on the comments that you had, though, there's still a opportunity, I think, potentially to undo the new work that has been done and install the windows if they're of great import. These are the vitrines. We've modified the dimensions slightly to, as best as we can ascertain, match better the size of the condition that was there. And right, this is a series of images that kind of show those doors at the ground level. The one in the middle is from the late 80s. So I think until maybe that 90s renovation was done, the doors were not divided light. So again, that's why we're thinking about trying to replace them. Moving on, there's a response to the signage question. There's a more detailed package with the dimensions on it that's also been submitted, but this removes the redundant Southampton, as we talked about last time, and is the size, shape, and placement of the proposed fixed playhouse lettering. That would be in front of a lit sign box, which has been there. We talked about the rear of the building previously. Upon further review of the historic photographs, it appeared to us that the majority or all of the rear of the old building had been painted white, and we're proposing to go back to that condition around the building where the facade is not. That's seen in this photograph. I think there's also this photograph which suggests the building was also painted white further back. This is before I think both of these photographs are before the building was expanded.
That one definitely is.
This one is, yeah.
That's actually in the historic report.
Yes, and I went to the Historic Museum.
Right, the thing we were talking about.
I did go,
Yeah.
yes, to see what I could find. They had this photograph. This is actually a photograph I took of the photograph they had there now. Unfortunately, their copy also, I could tell, was digitized. It wasn't like an original print, but they didn't, in fact, have any other like old photographs. I kind of hoped to uncover more, but this is what I found there. And I think this was also from the late '80s. Clearly, the shape of the building is different now. Back here, this is, I believe, I think that there used to be, what do they call this? Like a fly something. It's for the in a stage setting where you pull the backgrounds for theater up into the rafters. I think there was a big construction on the back of the building that allowed for that when there had been maybe a stage there many years ago. Mm. And you see a little bit of that, like when you look at these photographs from the historic photographs. This construction on the rear of the building, I think, is taller than the rest of it. I think that this was as we're saying, a hip roof back to where the back of the stage was, and this was a fly tower, right? That was probably taller than the rest of the building. All that's gone now, anyway. As you can see, the flat roof of the new constructions there. This is the other side of the building where it's kind of wrapping around. And right, then the lighting piece. This is a response to some of the discussion we had last time, kind of talking about toning down, so to speak, the facade lighting so that it's respectful. This is a diagram that shows the fixtures that would be located there and how they would be trained back on the building facade to comply with the dark sky requirements with the cutoff on the face of the building. I think we can also talk about timeframes for that, although I know that I'll also be going to planning soon, and I think that they are going to be concerned about the dark sky compliance and lighting. So this is to share with you, to get your feedback, and then also engage them on that topic. But the other lights that are on the marquee are not dark sky compliant. They're, we assume, have a historical exemption. But we can also talk about when they may or may not be lit. Okay. So that, in summary, are the points that I wanted to kind of review today. Okay. Board members.
I guess I'll go first. This building has character. This building has gravitas, and a place in the village. When you white it out, it loses that character. It loses that gravitas, and you can see it, at least in my eyes, just by looking at this diagram, board members, as the building disappears. Now, obviously, this is on white paper, so yeah. A white building would disappear on white papers, but the significance of the building is lost. And if you go through Southampton, there are a lot of brick buildings that speak to construction that took place in the 30s and later years. And it's a nice mix when you have different colorations and when you have some buildings that are gray shingled and some buildings that are red brick and some buildings that are white. I think making this all white or largely white, with the exception of the south facade, and only part of the south facade, I think takes away from the importance of that building, and especially as the village moves towards making this an art center. We have other buildings, on the corner of Culver, that's also white, and I think we lose a lot of that definition. Sort of along the same line, contemporizing the windows, the entrance doors to being single plate. I don't know whether that was or was not. It doesn't look, when I look in the old sepia, that's right?
Sepia.
Sepia, thank you. Picture, it looks like there were window panes and not solid.
In this picture?
The one with the beautiful 1930-ish cars.
This picture, I think they're definitely not divided. There's.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at
I don't know
this
if I
one.
have it. Oh, this guy, the one in the front.
This one looks. Anyway,
This.
we can debate whether how good our eyes are or not, but I think retaining the panes retains some of the funkiness of it, and that may be true of the lettering on the facade. But I'll let others speak to that and the lighting.
Okay. Other board members?
Oh, I don't dislike the clear windows if they were actually there before. I think it breaks up the monotony of all those many window panes to the right and to the left. I think the sign, though, seems really peculiar. That the Southampton, well, on this rendering it's worse than on that one. Maybe. The Southampton part is shoved up high, and the spacing out of the letters in that font seemed to me to be really irregular and disharmonious with.
And that may be a function of my rendering.
Oh.
To be clear, we're not intending to change the
Okay, good.
the part of the sign that is there.
But then
That's
when
great.
good. But the Playhouse part, I mean, it's pretty important how the Playhouse part of this looks, because it could take away from the original, the Southampton part that shows. There's something about it. Well, it's the letters.
Maybe the font itself is.
I agree, and also it's so spaced. You know,
Yeah,
it's
so
signs
spaced.
don't do that.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
should
scale.
maybe be.
Well, some logos do that. It's a question of scale. I
Yeah.
think the scale of Playhouse is so large versus Southampton that it feels out of balance
I
to me.
think it's close to the same.
Because when
it
you-
just looks bad.
Yeah, page 12, with the old photograph, you see a contrast between the Southampton on top taking up the entire
Yeah.
top portion, being a little bit elongated and just really having that strong logo. And then the words underneath it are more scrunched together. I mean,
It's unnecessary.
I don't know, my personal general feeling is just why not preserve the original as much as possible. Like there's certain small adjustments to the cornice here, page 17, where the proportions become more, I don't know, maybe postmodern or.
This again may be just a digital modeling issue. The elements that are on the facade are being restored as they were found.
Oh, perfect. Okay,
So,
and then the brick.
apologies for
Oh, okay. So it's
for
just
a,
rendering. Okay,
a
got it.
rendering issue
Okay,
potentially. Yeah.
So what about the windows though? On what page are we on? 17.
I'm now looking at 18 because there's a missing brick, but yeah. go
So
back to
here
17.
is very different from here.
But I think you said they're preserving everything.
And which one do we want
17.
to talk about?
Page 17.
Yes.
So it's the rendering neuters the entire thing on the left, as far as I can tell.
Right, and that's all that quote unquote new construction from the 90s we are proposing to
great.
paint white. I mean, one of the reasons to do that is to show the difference between the old building and the new building in deference to the old building. And in fact, I think the one place where, at least in the facade, it's most evident is here on the left-hand side. You see that new construction kind of poking out to the side of the building,
Yeah.
which causes some asymmetry that I think decreases when we allow the facade itself to be shown in brick, which is the part of the building that we understand you would have normally seen. It's unclear to us what the rest of the building was in the back from a
we
material
also don't.
standpoint.
We don't know if it was stucco, and we don't know.
No, we don't.
We don't know what it was.
No.
Yeah,
The clues point to it
my
being
opinion
white.
on that
but
is if you look at the rhythm of the front of the building and the story of the building, we've got red brick with white detailing in the columns and in the corners. And when you go back, now they've put the long column pilasters down the building and they've painted them white.
Yes.
So this dark to light rhythm is matching itself down, and I think that's more respectful of the landmark facade.
So that
are you putting the decoration back that was in the pediment?
No, that's not proposed right now.
Okay, but if we're restoring the building, could it be? I guess is a question, because when you look at the historic photographs, there was decoration in that pediment, and it's a landmark facade, and if we can take it back closer to its original, should we? Yes.
Okay, I'll take that back.
Okay.
And we'll
It
consider
also
it.
is so less,
The,
the windows less monotonous, isn't it?
The front doors, you mean?
No. These little pediment things that are so distorted to me in your version.
Yeah, maybe what I'll...
A general comment about your
Square,
renderings.
square.
Yeah, a general comment about your renderings is they are not specific enough. Because when I look at many of the details on your renderings versus the detail on they're not the same.
That's
because there's if I look at, I don't know what page it says, but
17.
if I look at the way the top banding on the building on page 11, like all the detailing is missing.
That's fair.
I would like to see the decoration where you can see the evidence that was there on page 10. So you can see where it either fell off or was taken down in the pediment up there. If possible, we'd like to see that replaced, just because let's take it back to its historic. If you look at what happened with the sign facing this when it first became the Regal Theater, the Southampton remained, and then there was a smaller sign under that said Regal Theater. What I'm hearing is that the size and scale of the Playhouse is overpowering the Southampton. So I think look at the scale for those two things. The same question I would sort of have, it's hard to tell in your rendering because whether those doors are single pane or not single pane, there are columns that went between them, or pilasters that went between them that defined their size, and there was hardware on them, and I don't see hardware on this either. So even if whether they were paned, whether they replaced them or not with paned windows, I just can we find some historical reference to understand that the actual openings of the doors were consistent with what was there?
Yeah, I think, and this is from looking at these, and there is there's some drawing also, I think, in the historic report that shows the same thing. I think that one of the reasons that they replaced these doors is that there used to be 8 of them, but there's not enough width there to make that work from a minimum standpoint
From
for
ADA.
egress or for ADA. So there are now 6 doors there instead of 8.
Okay.
And they must have done that like when they converted it maybe to the multiplex, and they just they went with they clearly had to change certain things for life safety.
Is your proposal causing to change the height of those door openings?
No.
Or is it the same?
It's the same.
It's
I think
hard
the
to say.
proportion changes because there were 8 and we can only really do 6 because of the life safety issues.
So I think if your rendering also showed hardware on them, and it just
Fair.
it's hard to really judge it.
Yeah.
But that more accurate.
That's fair.
I, for one, am just not going to be a fan of uplighting the facade of the building.
Okay.
It's not something that we've done in other buildings in the village of Southampton. And I think the building itself, with the amount of lighting that it has, it's not like we won't find it. I think you're doing a really, really good job at bringing it back, and that's not something that was historically there.
Just on the lighting, quick comment. I know it's more of an interior design decision, but the interior seems just to be glowing way too bright. But it's just a rendering thing, but sort of dimming the lights on the interior a tiny bit, I think. and making the sign more prominent with Southampton lettering.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it would help in your rendering if your Southampton sign was lit. The lights on Southampton over Playhouse were lit, so we saw what they look like lit together.
On this one, it is actually, it does look lit.
Yeah, on that
This
one.
guy?
Yeah.
The bulbs in Southampton.
Yeah.
We're trying.
they
I
are?
think there are
Oh.
some
Yeah.
limitations
Yeah.
with the bare bulb.
Out of sync with how that.
I think to Nina's
Yeah.
point, it has that same sort of glowish. But I'm sorry, Nina, other comments? Nothing interrupted you. So.
Oh, no, that's all I wanted to say, just that,
Good.
That's more of an interior design, brightness coming from the interior, but otherwise, on the exterior, I would just say, if possible, replicate it, which I guess is your intention anyway, right?
Yes. Yeah, the detail that's exactly what's happening. Basically what was found is being
Great.
replaced in kind.
I like that molding in the pediment that looks like it was taken off.
Yeah.
And there's evidence it was there in the brick. So I appreciate you finding the fan windows that were back there. The fan windows that were over the two side doors
Mm-hmm.
that were hidden by air conditioners for a while. So finding those is great.
Well, they haven't been found
They haven't
per
been
se.
found.
They would need to
Be
be
recreated.
reconstructed beyond the already reconstructed,
Okay.
closed situation.
Okay. Are there comments from the public? Sir?
Can I just speak from you?
No, you have to come to the microphone and introduce yourself for the record.
No. Carpigillo, landscape architect. Agree with the concerns about the broken pediments, that the existing ones are what's going to be kept because they're so different in the rendering. They have a different scale, and your postmodern comment was good. And that applied applique of laurel in the center mass. That's all I wanted to say. It's good that would come back. It seems essential.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for
Anyone else?
clarifying that it was laurel.
Sage, anybody on? Any hands up? Okay. So you've heard the comments. What would you like? Would you like to adjourn to the next meeting to be able to address them?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you would like? Do you think you can address them? The next meeting's not a month from now, so the next meeting is May 13th. That work for you?
May 13th. Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Motion to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to May 18th.
13th? 18th.
May 13th. For, let me get the right address here. What's my address?
Hill Street Cinema,
For Hill Street
LLC.
Cinema, LLC. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Complicated.
Okay, so that takes us next to 383 First Neck Lane. Coming in? Frank.
Frank Greenwald, applicant and architect for 383 First Lane, 295 Main Street, Sag Harbor, New York. So we have looked at this quite a bit as a team. And I think I'm hoping this may be the last time we're looking at it together. So let me just sort of run through the scope of what we're talking about, just to sort of, it's been, I guess, a month or more since we've been together about this. So 383 First Neck Lane, there's, if we just look at the survey, there's portions of the existing house which we are maintaining and restoring. which includes the original 2.5-story box of the house, the small front portico, the north 1-story lean-to, and what we've determined at the rear of the house is the Atterbury addition. We're maintaining all of that. We're scraping all the later additions away. So at the top, you see the street facade, where you see the existing 2.5-story original box of the house, the front portico, and the lean-to to the right. We've ascertained that on the left side, the what's currently a screened porch has really no historic value left to it. It's been sort of so altered over the years. So we're proposing that to be a new glassed-in sunroom. And the parts of the house that we see from the street that we'll be restoring, there are existing windows which need to be restored. They currently have Marvin storm screen combinations on them, which are pretty decent in terms of traditional looking. It's a wood frame storm screen unit that looks like a traditional screen or storm, but the inside of it has sort of traditional kind of suburban aluminum sliders that go up and down. We're proposing to keep those, we're proposing to restore all the existing windows and doors, the front entrance, sort of keep all of that. As we look to the bottom of this sheet, you'll see this is actually the north elevation. It says south elevation. It's actually the north elevation. You see on the left the original portico, the box of the 2.5-story house, this north 1-story lean-to that you see in the front, this sort of funny bay window. There actually are 2 windows next to that bay on the side, which we're proposing to remove just because they sort of fall in weird space inside. I don't believe they're original. One is in a bathroom, this one is in a shower. I believe they were added at some point. And then to the right of that, you see what we're calling the Atterbury addition, which was a somewhat subservient service addition. It was built on the back of the house, again, which we would maintain all the windows and doors, just restore them, restore the windows, etc. The house is currently, the portions that we're keeping currently just have a 5.5-inch exposure cedar shingle siding, which is all painted white. The roof is cedar shingle. We're proposing to keep all of that. And then you'll see to the right of that, which is the addition that we're adding, which is part of, we're sort of scraping away, and the parts on the right is what we're proposing to add. We're keeping the roof pitches of the original box of the house. The windows and doors, of course, are all new. They'll be Lepage custom mahogany units. It'll all be painted white like the front original parts of the house with the same 5.5-inch shingle exposure, just because that's sort of a traditional thing. If we look back at the upper elevation, you see pretty far back in the distance a new portion of the house, which again copies the pitch of the original house. It's all a bit lower and somewhat subservient to the original parts of the original main part of the house. As we go around the house, at the top of this drawing, you see the rear elevation, which includes a small porch, a sort of outdoor kitchen area. This is all facing the west, facing the back of the house. This new section on the right. And then as we look at the bottom elevation, we see, again, this is the south elevation of the house. We see, starting on the right side, the original portico, the original body of the house with chimneys, which we're keeping. The original Atterbury addition, we are proposing to change the windows and doors in the first floor of that section, which is not original to the Atterbury addition. This section with the standing seam metal roof, which was added at some point to the house, just has windows and doors that we just need to replace. They're just sort of Marvin windows and doors. And then to the left of that is this new section again. And then you'll see this sunroom that's new, that's added to the south side of the main block of the house. Just look at the floor plans. Again, the original body of the house is here. This is the one-story lean-to on the north side, the original portico. This at the bottom is the new proposed sunroom. This section shown in gray is what we're calling the Atterbury addition. These new windows and new doors in the dining room were not actually part of the Atterbury addition. That was sort of added onto at one point. And then everything that's shown sort of in purple is the new parts of the house. The trims that we're proposing, the window and door trims on the additions would be just a simple stock 3.5 by 1 inch casing. The trims on the eaves and rakes would be, I have some detail of it, a simplified version of what's on the original front part of the house. There's sort of a lot of different trims going on. The original front part of the house is a pretty elaborate trim setup, which we will keep and restore as needed. The Atterbury edition had a slightly modified trim detail, trim package, and what we're proposing on the back is again sort of simpler than even that. Altogether, the house is, I think, about 7,800 square feet, which is roughly what's there now, give or take a couple hundred square feet. The other thing that we are proposing in this application, which we haven't talked about before, is there's an existing tennis court, at grade tennis court, in the rear of the property. It's about 9 feet off the property line. We would like to just drop that court down.
I don't think tennis courts don't fall under the jurisdiction of the ARB. That's
okay.
That's with the building department.
Okay, never mind. I think that's my spiel.
That's a spiel. Just for the public, before I ask the board members, we've been through a lot with this house because it's a very important historic house that was moved in an early period of time and it was added on to by Atterbury at one point after it was moved from its current location in town to its current location. And early on, we've gone through a series of meetings. We had an early session with the architect, and then when we all did site inspections. Our historic consultant went and looked at the house. There's been a lot of previous work before we got to this point, and I'd like to thank, what I'm seeing, a lot of what I see here is respectful of those many discussions, which I really appreciate. So just for the public, know that there have been a series of meetings before I got to where we are. And with that, I'm going to throw it to the board for comment. Jane?
Yeah, I think you've listened to what we had to say about maintaining the Atterbury addition, and I understand if some of those windows were not original, then it's okay. I'm more concerned with the front of the house, the original part that was moved by Samuel Parrish, and making sure that we remain true to that and keep that restored.
Okay. Susan, Nina?
It's it already hit all these weird additions, and I think it's okay. I think the addition's pretty big in the back, but there was something and it was a terrible garage, as I remember. I think in general, the preservation, I think there's a real commitment to preserve the historic parts of the house. I'm moderately concerned about how large the addition is, and also the screened-in porch that is now going to be a closed-in porch. Is that correct?
It's no interior
A
space.
glassed-in?
That's a sunroom, a glassed-in sunroom.
When I was there, it wasn't as big as I thought it looked on the survey, and I think symmetric. It makes the house look more symmetric, but I guess because it's a glassed-in section, I have less of an objection to it than if it were a straight shingle walls.
Susan, are you concerned that the addition is not subservient to the house?
I'm more concerned about the size of the
But
back.
we don't have purview over size, so.
Is it a massing concern? Is it a?
Well, they had all this other stuff there, so what's the massing concern? You know, I think it's respectful to the house. I'll say no. I have no objection.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah.
He's got the same brook.
Yeah, to make it short. Yeah, I concur with Susan. And an okay from Susan is almost a rave.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it is. Ask Rovi.
Anyway, I think the sunroom is a nice addition and respectful of the front of the house. And then while the rear addition is significant, it's still smaller than the house overall, and it's also set back. So I think from a perspective basis, it's acceptable. So I have no objection.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I always lean towards, the idea that the addition should be subservient and the idea of symmetry, and I may say that some of that gets lost in some instances here, but, I mean, the only place I could see it, a small comment here, is the new family area on the south elevation. The height of the new family area seems to be higher. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong, or it's the exact same height as the existing house. Maybe you know that.
It's lower.
It's lower. Okay, it doesn't look like that. It's just the drawing then.
Yeah, I think it's not much lower. It's a foot and a half or so lower.
Okay, because on the drawing is misleading. It looks higher. Yeah, I mean, I think the sunroom it sort of plays symmetrically with the existing, and I don't. Yeah, I see that you're repeating the existing, and it looks it's hard for me to say because I haven't been to the site, but it looks okay.
From my perspective, I think in the new sunroom proposal, footprint versus the original is.
It's larger. It's about 4 or 5 feet wider.
Wider. Okay.
What I did was match the width of the one-story addition on the right side, on the north side. I matched that width, which is, what was the dimension right here?
Yeah. Because I think the only place we're hearing real concern is the sunroom. One of the things about old quirky houses is they're not necessarily symmetrical. And by making the sunroom wider, there's some comment about that. I think the preserving the massing across the front of the house and the historic sections of the house, because of the large, and knowing what you're actually taking off the house, which is that unfortunate garage and the other pieces that were there, you're taking the house in a much better direction. in terms of my thoughts about subservient, because it's set so far back from the original facade of the house from how it sits on the property, when you see it in perspective, I don't have a massing or scale concern with the addition. I know a lot of work was done with to maintain the Atterbury, because that was not the original plan, and I appreciate that. So while you've changed the door, that's where that standing seam roof was bumped out over like a 6-foot bump out where they moved it closer to the south, correct?
Correct.
Right. So I don't have an issue with that because that was an original. That's existing. I think the choice of materials are great. I think it is now in a place where it's very respectful of the original architecture of the house. So the question comes down to how we really feel about the sunroom and the increase in the size of the sunroom. Anybody want to comment on it?
I can live with it.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Okay. Are there any comments from the public? Okay. I'm going to motion to move to written decision to approve the application for 383 First Neck Lane from drawings stamped in on April 2nd, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the date?
Pardon?
I thought it's 4/1. Is it?
Mine says, the stamp date I have is April 2nd, 2024
Oh,
on my
but the
drawings.
plans.
That's my stamp in date for the village
Oh,
building
you want the
department.
plans
You want the
date?
plan date?
Yeah.
The plan date is 4/1/24.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. You got
Great.
it.
Thank you for all the meetings, and thank you for the time, and thank you for the respect. I think we've come a long way, and now it's going to go a long way, and we appreciate the respect you have for this property, so thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. It was a great process.
Thank you.
It was a long one. Woo.
Okay, so next up is 300 North Main Street. All right, you'll introduce yourself for the camera, for the public. The camera doesn't really care, but the public might.
David Gilmartin, Greenberg, Trog, 2317 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton, and this is Brian Glaser, the architect.
Great. Yep.
Good evening. Just give me a second to set these drawings up here.
It's wild that we have all three sister houses on the same night.
Okay. All right. Good evening. So after our first review of this project, I believe you retained Zach from to do a historical review on the house, and he came back to us with a letter, kind of going over several comments that he felt were important for us to maintain with the original architecture of the home. So I just wanted to kind of run through how he changed the design to accommodate some of his comments and also the board's comments from the previous hearing. For me, the biggest thing that I took from his review was the front elevation of the house and the fenestration. So just to kind of start off with respect to the window location, doors, the railing was something that was also brought up at the last hearing where we wanted to see that kind of consistently followed throughout the entire, all four elevations. So you'll see here the railings, the newel posts, or the columns, the ornamentation across the underneath the soffits of the front and rear elevation kind of follow through. Window locations, we changed. Originally, we were calling out to have a white cedar, a painted cedar shingle perfection. We ended up going back to the fish scale, which was up at the upper gable, and then the staggered pattern, which is kind of followed through around this, second story level.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
For the benefit of the public, do you have a picture of the original house? Because I know this is the second time you've been here, but it's been a long time. I think it'd be helpful for people watching to see where we started in this process.
I don't remember this one. It was a way a long time ago.
I usually remember. It's actually older.
Bear with me a second here.
I have the whole,
Yeah, the whole package. Yeah, it should be.
I have the file.
The house is currently in suboptimal condition.
Yeah.
It's a pleasant way of putting it.
It's in suboptimal condition.
This is actually port, I believe.
It's one of the other sister houses that the two other ones we're talking to about tonight.
Let's see here.
That's
Is this
stinky.
I might have a picture that we submitted with the original set. It should be in the package.
You always have good photos.
Yeah. I didn't know we were gonna.
I have Zach's. He has some photos.
Yeah.
That's not what you're looking for, though, right?
This has been a long. For you guys.
I have
Both. I think both for Nina's benefit and the public, because it's been a long time since this was up.
Yeah. Sure. Somewhere. Give me a second.
These are current. Are these current photos?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm looking.
I'm looking.
Okay, we're on it.
I mean, that's a. Is that
That's
good enough
yeah.
or?
Actually,
I don't know if it's in.
can I borrow these?
Yes, sir.
Actually, if you just want to spread these out, please.
Yeah.
And just aim them towards us so they can capture on camera, so people can understand out where we started.
Might not be in this set of drawings. So anyway, going back to some of Zach's comments, originally we had relocated and came up with a wider front door and side lights. Those type of elements we took out. We went back to the original single door, similar proportion and scale to what is currently there. Like I said, the front porch and railing, that we're going to be rebuilding everything, obviously, as if you haven't had a chance to go by. The original,
I think these will speak for themselves.
yeah, the original, and a comment that was brought up, the original railing was replaced from when I originally measured the house. And we were going to kind of maintain that vertical, railing system, but it was made a recommendation by the board and by Zach to replace it with the more ornamental design, which is what you'll see here.
There was still about 6 feet of it remaining at one end.
Yeah,
there are about 6 feet of original
Oh,
railing
original.
at, like one end of that suboptimal condition porch. So yeah, we had evidence of what was there.
And then, going back to, there's a window well on the north side, so we ended up matching the railing system to blend in with the character of the original house. A few other things that did come up, and Zach did confirm on our end, was on the southern elevation here, you'll see a dormer, this dormer right here. This dormer here. My client originally, so currently it's kind of a 3-story structure, which we were eliminating, and he would prefer to have cathedral ceilings, so we were eliminating the 3rd story, and Zach confirmed that dormer is not historic. It was added at some point, so we opted to eliminate it just for the ease of simplifying the look, and it wasn't historic, so we thought, Zach, with his blessing too, that it would be okay to take it down. One thing that was brought up by Zach was also going to the replacing. He asked if we were going to be replacing the windows, and if you drove by and saw the pictures, there's anywhere some windows are wood on the upper levels, probably because they were harder to replace. There's vinyl windows, and there's also aluminum windows. So we have a sporadic style of windows. We opted to just go with more, an aluminum frame, white painted window. It would be a double hung, and as you can see here, double hung 2/2 pattern, which is, with a Queen Anne style. We thought it was clean, simplistic, and would help make it a little bit more harmonious throughout the whole house, the way it looks. You mentioned the shingles. Another topic that was brought up, and we originally took it out, was to the north of the front door. There was this decorative bay that was sticking out. Really didn't serve a purpose with the new design, but Zach thought there was some character to it, which it does have character the way it looks, so we opted to put that back in as well. What else do we have here? One item, if you look here, there's stained glass windows. This is for the this is going to the staircase to the 3rd floor. These windows, if you actually look at them in person, they're damaged. They're not originally stained glass, so we were going to replace them.
Are you sure they aren't originally stained glass?
Well, am I sure they're not?
Yeah.
It looks like it's plastic.
Well,
Some of it's
maybe
like
now,
falling.
but if you-
Yeah, at
we're-
some
we're in
point.
an interesting we're in an interesting place tonight because we have 3 houses. We have the 3 of these sister houses up on the same night.
Yeah.
And if you go down and look at the house, the reference house that I sent you to, 2 of them, they're still stained glass windows, and they are original. So if that's the fenestration pattern, we sure there weren't originally stained glass. And you're in a historic district.
No, I think we're replacing them. I just wanted to mention that what's there now currently has at some point been altered. So
you're
we're going to replace them
in kind with the
yeah,
stained-
in
with
kind.
the stained
Yes.
glass.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Did Zach talk about that in his report at all?
He did bring it up. Yes. Yep.
And so what was his opinion? Are they original or?
There's no way. I don't remember exactly, but there's
Okay.
no way they could be. If you look at them, it looks like someone took like plastic and it's. It's extremely bad. Let's put it that way.
It's not in the glass, it's over the glass, is that what you're saying?
If you'd like, I give you a picture. I could find a picture, or I'll take one. Or if you could drive by, it's
Only
pretty
because,
nice.
as Mark said,
Yeah.
we've seen the 2 sister houses, and
Yeah.
they do both have the same.
Yeah, that's the intent that we're replacing it. Yeah, the intent is that we're replacing those windows. You're not going to get a
Okay.
simulated divided light window there.
Okay.
I mean, Zach did reference it and was specific in saying the use of stained glass and configuration of small square window panes in the attic dormer are also unique to the Queen Anne style. So I think it's worth pursuing to make sure that they are, in fact, original.
He's saying there's some
I think
damage.
he's saying at some point
They
Nope.
might have been
broke
sti-
and
yeah,
they were replaced with plastic.
If you look at what we're proposing,
you know, like
yeah.
some lily whites.
I was going to say what we're proposing is if you look here, it's going to be as close as a direct replacement as what we thought was there as possible.
Okay.
So it's not going to be yeah.
As
If
long as we.
yeah, I was going to say that if we just look at this comparison here, you can see we use the exact windows, the dormers, all that.
Okay.
Okay. A few other things that he brought up was pertaining to the trim. The trim is going to be replaced with a PVC product, but it will be painted. So, and it's going to match the profiles that are currently, historically built today. So, those were the major changes that we made to the design. What else here?
Just a quick question.
Yes.
For a 200, the column and soffit detail, is that existing and proposed, or?
So that is
006.
that's a representation of what was originally there when I measured the house a year ago or something. And at some point, like they ended up getting they were rotting away, and the owner, just for safety reasons, put them back up the way that you see them currently here, which isn't acceptable, obviously.
So it's also proposed detail.
Yeah, this column detail, I measured these specifically, like the spacing, the size,
You're just replicating.
replicating what's currently,
Okay.
what was originally there. Yeah, and you can see that on like, let's just say this image here. This image here shows it.
Nice.
And that's gonna, like I mentioned before, it's gonna follow all the way around the house, and then in the back we don't need railings just because we're pretty much, the grade goes up. The only thing we're gonna maintain is the soffit detail, which is this ornamentation kind of baluster system.
Jeff?
Oh, okay.
To match.
So, as was the issue that came to the fore in one of the other houses was the relative scale and relative subservience or not of the addition. And when I look at the plot plan,
Mm-hmm.
it's the square footage almost is the same as the existing house, plus it envelops whereas one of the houses before, it was to the rear. This, you have the addition enveloping the entire house. You have a roof line that now extends it. So in my view, and to Zach's point, because Zach writes in his summary, in addition to the scale of the proposed additions, when seen relative to the size of the existing historic house, primary questions and areas of concern arise about the apparent impact of fenestration, porch, shingle, siding, and height of the building. Now, you've addressed, I guess, 3 out of those 5. And Zach makes a further point that while the ridge line is not the same, it's done so by raising the ceilings in the existing structures. And Zach was particularly concerned about the viability of the structure and keeping some of the historic elements by doing that. And to some extent, that touches on something that's also of concern, is you first came to us some 8 months ago, something like that, August, right?
It was a while ago,
The
yeah.
house has been allowed to languish. Okay, we joke about it, but there is a provision within the code that such that lack of concern for an historic property is something that should be addressed by the building department. We haven't done that. Your intent seems sincere, but to me, it's no joking matter. So I'm not in favor of this because of the scale and the fact that the addition is not subservient. And there are other elements in there, as Zach said, that give us concern. I do give you credit for listening to Zach on those design elements, but there's still a primary concern in terms of the scale and subservience.
Jane?
Again, I want to commend you for what you have been doing to preserve this beautiful house and keeping the front as true as it was. I would agree with Jeff that the roof line does look like it's overpowering the original house. I mean, it's the rendering, and again, in the rendering, this just seems to be more dominant. It seems to have a higher elevation.
Can I wait? Can I say stuff in response to it?
Susan, let's get all comments. Susan, Nina?
Yeah, I would agree on the principles that everyone has been coming forth with, but I also agree that the subservience of the addition would be, preferable. I mean, is there any way to reduce the square footage? At all?
If I can speak, or do you guys want to go through it?
I'm not going to say anything new.
All right. Mark, you want to go through, or do you want me to talk?
The one thing some of the details, like look at the trim board detail that's in the. So I'm looking at the original house. Can you show me the? Yeah, because the way the trim detail goes at the boards under front seems to be contemporary. I think I'm going to question you a little about the fenestration in this building because you've contemporized the front. If we look at the other, because we had all 3 of these houses tonight, if you look at some of the window patterns and the fenestration that have been existing in the other sister houses in this time period, I don't think your 2/2 are the right window fenestration for this historic house. And if we're replacing administrator, we might as well replace them with the right kind of windows. I agree that the addition seems to be the addition that ate the house. Now to me, it's not about its square footage, it's about how the massing appears and about the recognition. And in a historic district, we have to respect first the original structure, and because the roof line seems to be larger, and the massing of the way the massing is laid out in the addition is so large, you may have to rethink about your use of land. You've got a deep lot, so it may be a question of thinking differently about how you're using the land behind the house. But when you look at the house, I see a historic house with a great big box behind it. And it just feels inappropriate in a historic district, and it doesn't feel like we're doing service to this house. Do you have? Yeah. See, because look at. Somebody else's. Okay. Right, so that would be my overall and that would be my overall comment. I think you're hearing a lot of consistency, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I was aware of these. I'm always aware of these concerns when it comes to doing an addition on a historical house at this point. So my attempt to, if you were to look at whether it was the north or south elevation, my attempt to say, okay, here's the original like roof line, and then as it drops down significantly, and then pops back up, it was lower. There is a certain amount of volume there with respect to the program that I was given. So for the most part, that was my attempt at making the second part of the house or the rear of the house subservient to the front of the house. At the other project I had, we had a large addition to the side. I thought I was in a good spot because I was pushing everything behind the main structure. And that was my theory behind.
You are pushing it behind, but then you have the big hug before you get there, is what I see.
Yeah, because when I get to the back of the house, the addition goes wider on both sides and then back.
And that you
It
can
just
see,
became the
and
addition
that
that ate
it
the house.
diminishes the front, the important part.
So I think in the program that you're going for, it seems to me like you need to sort of rethink sort of how the massing and attachment of the addition go to the historic structure a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hear the board is looking for.
I'm not saying it's an easy job, but
Yeah.
it just literally on the site plan looks engulfed.
The site, because it doesn't go straight back,
No,
it kind of
it-
kicks over.
yeah.
So
It's funny because your house kicks out to the right, but your land kicks back to the left.
I know this. Here, let me just. I'm
know.
gonna.
Well,
take
we've
up-
given you a challenge.
That is a challenge.
Are there any comments from the public? Okay. When would you like to adjourn to?
I believe the next hearing's canceled, right?
It is the next meeting.
So
is May
we have
13th.
we have a little bit of time. I mean, I don't.
Month.
Month?
I'll try. Yeah, a month should be fine.
Okay.
I mean, let's see
Do you
what
want
let's see
my
what happens.
pictures?
Okay.
No, I have them. I don't know.
okay.
They're in this.
Okay.
In the folder somewhere. You can have.
Motion to
you can have
accept
them
the applicant's request for adjournment for 300 North Main Street to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Now we're
a
up to,
lot.
yeah, you're not going anywhere. Now you're at 242 South Main Street.
Oh yeah, I don't.
What?
I don't know if there's much for me to say on this one, but
Okay.
I can
You got to present it.
participate. Yeah.
For the applicant, David Gilmartin, Greenberg Traurig, 2317 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton, New York, and with me is the architect Brian Glazer. We are before you on the pool house. You'll remember that this was a house that was added on completely. We went through the process. We have a building permit and we're in construction, and now we're looking for approval on the pool house, which you can see the elevation there. The last time we were before the board, you requested information on when the garage was built. I have here a copy of the front jacket of the file, and the building permit was issued in '78. And then in May of '79, a CO was issued. So there's no historic value to the existing garage.
That's that ugly garage. It's back in the back on the left. It looks like
Right.
a cinder block building.
Yeah, so we're going to convert or knock it down and build a pool house, which is about half the size of the current garage structure.
Okay, take us through it.
So basically, I guess at our last hearing, it was my understanding that was your concern, and at some point you wanted to go out to the site and look over the current condition. So we did our research and found that there is no historical value. The architecture hasn't changed from the previously presented project. Materials, shapes, proportions, all that is pretty much the same as it was originally presented, which is, similar to the house, the architecture of the home.
When did you originally present this?
probably the same night in August.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
There was and we'll get to that issue in a minute, but there was a stop work order put on this property which held us up, so that's why there's.
And
been
this
a
stop
delay.
work order has been resolved?
Yes. I'll explain what happened.
Okay.
After.
Well, let's concentrate on the pool house. I'm going to ask you to go through it again because we have people who weren't here in August. So if you'll just take us through the pool house, the design, materials.
So what we're proposing is I believe it's roughly 500 square feet of a shingle style architecture, which has, we're going with a weather shield window, aluminum clad to match the house, perfection, shingles on siding left natural, as well as with the roofing, showing in the back outdoor shower, which would be of a E-Pay material, vertical planks just for privacy, almost like a partition look. On the sides, we're going to have similar wall sconces to the main home. Half round gutters and leaders. And that's, our details for our fascias similar to the main home. Going back to the windows, double hung, 2/2 windows. That's pretty much it when it comes to the design.
Board members.
I think it looks okay. I have no objection.
Have no objections.
This is just me. Sometimes in historical, if there's an opportunity to create petite symmetry, I would just move the shower to the back instead of having it on the side. If you look at the rear elevation to the north, perhaps there's an opportunity to just stick the shower behind.
So,
But if there's no room,
so currently it is, this house, the orientation of the home is a little funky because the front door was on the north, but if you're looking from the street, it is technically on the rear of the property. So if I put it on let's just say the north side, you might see it from the street. This, I think, was kind of tucked away. It's pretty well hidden, I think, from.
It's blocked from the street.
Yeah.
By the structure.
I'm going to stand up and just.
okay.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
It looks, right now, so the streets, if you were to go back there, see it's kind of blocked. If I put it on the other side, you would see that. Yeah, maybe that's.
No, I think the question was, could it be on the rear? Right now, you've got to walk down to I guess it's a storage
Just
area.
it's just storage, mechanical space. This is, to me, is the rear of the property. If it was here, it would be a little bit more visible from parking and driveway.
Okay. Any comments from the public?
One issue before you move on quickly is the building department asked me to update you on the stop work orders.
I don't think that's actually necessary for this meeting because it's not in front of us.
Okay.
So I think we can move on. All right. So motion to accept to move to written decision the application for 242 South Main Street for an accessory pool house as per drawings dated. Make left. ARB submission of 4/8/2024. That's the subject. Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up is 80 Wandedge.
Someone's gonna have to walk me to my car.
What?
Someone's gonna have to walk me to my car tonight.
Why, there's so much paper?
Yeah.
No
It's
kidding.
far away.
I can hardly get, I have a sore arm the next day.
Is this to go in the file?
It should be stamped in a real file if there's.
No, it's just showing us as proof when that garage was built.
Well.
All right, Katie Wandetch.
Good evening. How are you? My name is John Bennett Reed. I'm here with my partner Carol Reed, and also Susan Snyder and George Thomas from Civic Vision. Hopefully, should be here. Can we make sure they're let in? Great. Hello, Susan. Hi, George. Good to see you as always. How are you?
Good.
So this is a request for approval to demolish the existing residence, which was, we think, quite clearly improperly listed as a contributing structure in the Village Historic District. We have filed the application back on the 23rd of October in 2023, and we included an extensive report prepared by Civic Visions, dated October 6th. It was noticed for hearing on November 27th, 2023. On November 21st, Zach Studenroth visited the property. I was there with Mr. Studenroth. We received a report from Zach Studenroth dated February 6, 2024, and Civic Vision submitted a written response dated March 7, 2024. I'm going to read you two sentences from Mr. Studenroth's report, and George and Susan will expand on this. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the beginning and the end of this application. This is not anything worthy, even remotely worthy of preserving. It's essentially an old barn that back in the 60s was converted to this. I don't know how to describe it. It's a faux Normandy single-family residence with absolutely no significance. But I'm going to read two sentences from Zach's report. That's the beginning and the end as far as I'm concerned. There's no way around it. The architectural design removes whatever visual reference to the historic cow barn and silo that the structures may have preserved after their conversion for residential use in 1966/67. Then there was there were additional additions in 1990 and 1991, further obliterating this building as any sort of appropriate contributing structure. And again, just taking from your own expert's report. The renovation and expansion of the building conceal the origins of the building, absorbing what had been begun as a cow barn into a large French provincial style house. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. I don't know what this house is, but I guess it's somebody's idea of what a French provincial house looks like. So I'm going to ask Civic Visions to present their response to Mr. Studenroth's report. We demonstrated that there was some interest created when this blue sheet, somebody went out this blue sheet. This was a 24-year-old Southampton College graduate who was in effect a novice, saw something that she liked, and without any significant reference to anything else, put it on a blue sheet. By the time the building inventory was submitted as part of the creation documents for the formation documents for the historic district, this property had been changed into this faux Norman house, and every bit of the surrounding structures that were part of this farm had been torn down. As a matter of fact, some of the structures are now on the property owned by Holly Peterson, and the board gave approvals to tear those down. They were actually habitable spaces, but this is so the applicant's position is supported by Mr. Studenroth's report, which again documents the same findings as presented by the applicant, which is the structure has been so significantly altered, even if it rose to the occasion. I don't know, it's very difficult to have an accessory barn as some sort of historic structure, but even if it rose to that occasion, they've been so significantly altered that it doesn't resemble the cow barn. Now, similar cases have been found by this board to have structures and buildings that were so altered that they no longer have any significance. Probably the most prominent case, there were two on Meadow Lane, just past Halsey Street. There were two wonderful brick Georgian homes. One of which was the DuPont home. It's a wonderful house designed by Cross and Cross, and I don't know if you're familiar with Cross and Cross, but they're very famous designer not only of suburban homes but some major buildings in New York City. And that was originally owned, of course, by the DuPont family, at one time purchased by Barry Troupin, who turned it into Dragon's Head. And it's so significantly altered. You could see some of the Cross and Cross house peeking out, but it was so significantly altered that this board appropriately allowed it to be demolished. That site is now improved by a contemporary house originally owned by Calvin Klein, but I think it's been transferred now. So I'm going to ask George and Susan to present. The PowerPoint presentation is additive to the written submissions filed by the applicant and contains additional graphics and information. So I would just ask you to let them proceed uninterrupted, and then we can respond to any questions. Thank you. George, Susan.
Good evening. We're getting the screen up. There we go. Hold on. Yeah, down below. Middle. There we go. Okay. Hi, I'm George Thomas. I'm an architectural and cultural historian with Civic Visions.
I'm Susan Snyder.
Susan
I'm
is
the architect.
here next to me, and we're looking at our screen, and I hope you can see it. In preparation for tonight's discussion, we reviewed the Southampton Village regulations and found 3 definitions that are directly applicable to the topic of 80 Wyandanch Lane. First is historic integrity. Second is historic significance. Third is non-contributing. We further reviewed the National Register criteria and found specific texts applicable to the question this evening, all of which support our conclusion that 80 Wyandanch Lane has been incorrectly listed as a contributing resource in the National Register and Southampton Village Historic Districts. Historic properties in Southampton Village can be designated because they meet specific criteria that meet the tests for historic integrity and historic significance. Integrity consists of 7 dimensions listed by the National Register. Failure to meet these criteria results in non-contributing. For tonight's discussion, the definition of non-contributing is critical. Our research shows that 80 Wyandanch Lane meets the Southampton Village definition of non-contributing. By meeting the definition of non-contributing, it answers the question raised in the National Register Bulletin whether a historical contemporary would recognize the property as it exists today. 80 Wyandanch Lane has not been recognizable as the so-called Robbins Estate Barn since 1966. The board's historic consultant, Zachary Studenroth, is in agreement. He wrote, and you heard this just from John a moment ago, so I'll summarize, but that the architecture design removes all the visual references to the barn, and the increased size further absorbs the barn into a large French provincial style house. As the board's consultant noted, instead of looking like a barn, 80 Wyandanch is a large French provincial house.
Tonight's agenda lists 80 Wyandanch as the H.P. Robbins Estate Barn, repeating the original error in the 1979 building structure inventory sheet, which in turn was repeated in the 1988 National Register inventory. The date and context of the extant building on the 1979 blue sheet is incorrect. The period of significance for the National Register and Southampton Village Historic Districts is defined as 1662 to circa 1930. As you see in the chronology, In 1966 to 7, 36 years after the end of the period of significance, and 13 years before the blue sheet, Leslie and Phoebe Land, interior decorators, had so altered the integrity of the property that it was no longer recognizable for any historic attributes. In the 1981 Federal Register regulations for the National Register laid out the revised criteria for significance and integrity that govern all designations and followed with the means of removal when properties are listed in error. In 1983, the photographic record for the National Register listing shows the 1966 French Provincial House. The 1988 National Register inventory repeated these errors, listing it as Tricca 1915 and making no reference to its suburban and French provincial manifestations. With this error, it was accepted by the Southampton Historic District. The 1990 and 91 editions were approved by the board, resulting in the present configuration. This chronology shows the error in continuing to list this property as part of the Robbins estate. In 1905, H.P. Robbins purchased a small property on Wyandanch Lane. In 1911, his father gave him property to the north, and he rented and then purchased a property with a pre-existing house to the south in 1918 that became his home. In 1942, Robbins began to dismantle the farm, selling the northern tract to Lawrence Condon, who had already owned properties to the south on Wyandanch. In 1944, Robbins sells the remainder of the farmlands to Duke, who used it as a residence, not a farm. The Robbins ownership ended in 1944. Between 1965 and 69, Leslie and Phoebe Land purchased what is now 80 Wyandanch Lane and created their 1966 to 67 French Provincial House in a landscape of lawns and specimen trees. In 1978, again before the 1979 survey, Isabel Condon subdivided the remaining Condon properties, creating 5 additional suburban lots. The Robbins property existed for 39 years. By the time the National Register nomination in 1988, it had been owned by others for 46 years. The Robbins estate had been gone for 46 years. Today, 8 of the 9 subdivided properties have had new houses. Only the property where Robbins lives survives intact.
National Register and Southampton Village District require that a property retain sufficient integrity to express its history. 80 Wyandanch fails this test in every dimension. In location and setting, the property character changed from farm to residential subdivision. The National Register nomination failed to accurately describe that setting. What was a farm in 1938 in the 1980 aerial photograph was a suburban residence with lawns and a swimming pool. By 1988, long before designation, all physical vestiges of the farm were gone. The site continues to evolve away from historic integrity. Design integrity has been lost as well. All character-defining features have been removed. The National Register nomination failed to accurately describe the loss of character-defining features. This excerpt from the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Preservation, which is part of the regulatory frame for the village, reminds us each property will be recognized as a physical resident of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or elements from other historic properties, will not be undertaken. The early 20th century building was a miniature barn with recognizable features and characteristics that all related to how a barn worked. Every one of these features was removed by the lands. New features, roofs, wall surfaces, doors, windows, dormers, fireplaces, chimneys, balconies, and additions created the modern French provincial house. Material integrity has been lost as well. There has been a complete replacement of every square inch of the original material. The National Register nomination failed to accurately describe the totality of the loss of the original materials. More recently, the 1966 stucco has been covered with an artificial surface material, IFAS, commonly known as driving. You can see the IFAS mesh at the bottom in the lower left picture. A 1967 article described all of the openings at 80 Wyandanch as stock ponderosa pine units available at local lumber yards. Every one of these units has since been replaced again. Workmanship integrity refers to artisans' labor and skill. The National Register nomination ignored the modern construction methods and materials. All construction and workmanship is from the 1966-67 design and subsequent rebuildings. There is no evidence of any artisan's labor and skill.
Feeling integrity is the historic sense of a particular historic time period. As described in the National Register Bulletin, for example, quote, a rural district retaining original design, materials, workmanship, and setting will relate to the feeling of agricultural life in the 19th century. Every feature of the 1938 farm on the left has been replaced by estates and amenities. Association integrity refers to links to earlier history. It requires the presence of physical features that make those links apparent. All of the physical features that once conveyed the property's relationship to the Robins have been removed.
The National Register Bulletin, How to Apply the Criteria, states, ultimately, the question of integrity is answered by whether or not the property retains the identity for which it is significant. The property must retain, however, the essential physical features that enable it to convey its historic identity. They are the features without which a property can no longer be identified as, for instance, a late 19th century dairy mart.
In 1979, as John has said, a recent college graduate with no professional training filled out survey forms for 80 Wyandanch Lane and 650 Meadow Lane. Both became the basis for listing in the inventory. In 1979, 650 Meadow Lane was still largely in its original condition. However, by the time of the 1983 National Register photographs, both buildings had been redesigned, fully rebuilt, and completely altered. One was a French provincial house. You can see the red dot above that taken from a distance. The other was a Frenchified castle with towers and battlements. These changes were ignored in the inventory, resulting in incorrect designation for both properties as contributing resources. In fact, because of the changes to 650 Meadow Lane, Mr. Studenroth's report concluded that Dragon's Head was, quote, a non-contributing structure in an historic district.
This brings us back to the Southampton Village definition of a non-contributing building, which 80 Wyandanch Lane perfectly meets. Non-contributing, a feature, addition, or building, structure, object, or site which does not add to the sense of historical authenticity or evolution of an historic resource or landmark, or where the location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, history, and/or association of the feature, addition, or building, structure, object, or site has been so altered or deteriorated that the overall integrity of that historic resource or landmark has been irretrievably lost. In 1981, the National Register regulations under which this was all done provided for removal when a property had lost sufficient integrity to communicate its historic meaning, or alternatively, where it was listed in error. Insofar as 80 Wyandanch meets the definition of non-contributing, it was listed in error and should be removed from the historic district. Thank you.
So we think it's George, Susan. Thank you very much, as always. Great pleasure to deal with you in thoroughness. I've never seen anyone that does the type of research and has the knowledge of these regulations as George and Susan. It's really just a wonderful to sit back and watch them work. I don't think that there can be any question that there's absolutely no historical authenticity to this property. It has been stepped on, is the vernacular, so many times, and that's one of the items that this board has used. It's also sort of foreshadowing one of the other items that you have before you. One of the things that the Supreme Court, Suffolk County, has looked at to see whether or not buildings should be allowed certificates of appropriateness to be demolished when the building has been so altered. This is nothing other than a suburban fake provincial house. It doesn't retain, it's been stripped of any of its utility as an agricultural structure. It bears no relation to any surrounding buildings. If this was on some sort of well-preserved working farm, as you sometimes see in certain areas in Deerfield, Massachusetts, or other places like that, and it was a barn that hadn't been altered in the way this had been, maybe you could, even though it was a accessory structure, talk about some significance, but there's simply nothing left here. All you would be preserving is some sort of artifice. I know technically it's not a folly, because it's not an accessory structure sitting out on a field, but it does have an aspect of a folly to it nevertheless. And I would simply ask you to move to have this matter in a written decision, find that the property is appropriate for a resolution to allow it to be demolished.
Board members.
Okay, I guess I'll start again. What's before the board is a request to reclassify the existing single-family dwelling from a contributing resource to a non-contributing resource. And that's what's before us. And step one in what the applicant is proposing.
What's actually before us is a request for a certificate of occupancy to demolish a building.
Certificate of appropriateness.
Certificate is to demolish a building. And in the village code, in order to issue that, the current code says we would have to see in a historic district, you would have to see what you're going to replace it with before we can consider that. So that's the real question before us. And in consideration with that is, are we willing to say this? We would have to agree that this building is no longer contributing in order for it to be demolished without showing us what it would be replaced with.
Let's accept that. So some 40 years ago, people like us who volunteer, whether it was a college student, whether he or she was astute, they made a judgment and they put it on the list. They went as historic district, went as far as saying it's a contributing asset. There were subsequent reviews of the historic district during that time, and never once was this removed. Those were, again, they made a judgment then with very much of the same information that the folks here brought up in terms of the integral structure of the building, and save for some changes. Some are significant, and some deterioration, some of which is significant, I'm sure. That judgment, in my mind, is just as valid
And I'm not inclined to, at this point in time, reverse a decision that was made in good faith based on the information they had at the time. And I believe that the classification should stand. I'll make one more point in terms of referencing Zach's report. Zach concluded that, yes, those changes have been significant, and he said they served to conceal this, what was there. Not lost. It's not gone. Perhaps concealed. So I'm not inclined to overturn what I think was a sound decision made by reasonable people with solid information that they had at the time using their judgment.
I do think it would be important to answer the questions that are before you. Has there been an irretrievable loss? Is there still historical integrity to the structure? Would it be recognizable by a contemporary? I do think these are important questions for the board to consider. I also think it's important for the board to consider that this structure is still listed with the state. So it hasn't been delisted by the state at this point.
Right. Nor has an application been made to delist it with the state?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, the state, you have on more than one occasion allowed demolition of buildings that are on the state. It doesn't have any binding effect. The state listing has absolutely no binding effect. The best example that I can think of recently is the house that was on the Husky property. You'll remember that that was on a state listing. When we went in to ask that it be removed, my adversary said, "Oh no, this is the state listing." We demonstrated that it was the incorrect house, but the state came back and said, "Well, we think it should have been on the listing." But in any event, the fact that it's on the state listing doesn't bind you at all.
Jane.
I want to say thank you for your PowerPoint presentation because it was very enlightening. I feel that we don't know all the facts, even if what your research has told us. What I do know is that in the 1960s, when the two sisters renovated that house, that was 58 years ago. And to me, that makes it a historical structure now, because it's supposedly only we need 50 years now to say that something's historical. So I'm just saying I'm not ready to make any kind of judgments myself. I don't feel that I'm qualified to say whether it should or should not be on registry.
Are you saying that you want more time to review the information?
No. I'm saying I don't feel qualified, and I'm not really feeling that I need more time. We've certainly had a lot of time.
You have to make the
Yeah,
decision.
we have to make a decision. Susan?
Well, for me, the law that would be the cure for this situation would be that if a plan for the property were submitted, what's it, 116, what's that new law?
Don't
Anyway, there is a procedure here where if you submitted plans to
65(7)(b).
Okay.
I don't know if that applies, and I could be wrong, if you delist it first.
It doesn't.
Why would you bother?
It doesn't.
That's why you're here.
Well, that's why we're here.
That's why you're here. That's right. Because you want to delist the house without showing us plans, which is why you're here.
Yeah. Well, no. Yes. Ultimately, I want to tear the house down. But
right.
my position is
the
that
current code says
the listing is
so
so faulty
that you have to show us plans,
yeah,
and you don't want to do that. So
no,
you're come another way at it. So that's where we are.
I think there's a important distinction here. I think if it's not a contributing structure, I don't have to show you plans.
Right.
Correct.
There's no question about it.
So you're trying to ask us to make it not be a contributing structure. That's what we're asking.
And what I'm saying is, if it's delisted, which it should be, because it doesn't rise to any of the levels, and I have to say, Jeff, a decision made in good faith. We all make wrong decisions in good faith. But having said that,
let me do one thing.
Sorry,
Before we summarize, we should probably get everyone's opinion. Susan, finish, please.
Well, that was what I was saying is, to jump the hurdle, you could simply submit, if anyone had any, the plans, and then perhaps you wouldn't have to have gone through a long process of delisting. You would simply, so there is a way to do this. I don't understand why you refuse it.
Well, because my position is, and I understand what you're saying, and I'll talk to the client, Susan, I appreciate what you're saying. But I think there's no question, but if something can be demonstrated to have been inappropriately listed, which I think all the evidence is there, unequivocally, all the evidence is there, then I don't have to go through that step. If you're telling me,
I'm not
that,
telling you anything.
No, let me
I'm
finish.
expressing my
this is
opinion.
my rhetoric. If you're saying to me that it might raise your comfort level if you saw, and I'm not trying to put words in what was going to be there, let me take that back to the client.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
there
all.
is.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
Okay.
Nina, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know, when you get a variance to do something, sometimes you're always relating what you're taking, I don't know. For example, if you're building in a new spot and you're taking something down that has a septic tank, that's, you're gonna
Taking something down that has a, I'm sorry.
This is irrelevant. I'm not gonna.
No.
I'm just saying that often you present the option. Like I'm just echoing what Susan is saying.
I understand.
In the whole process.
I understand.
I would be curious to know the facts because I'm not really sure.
It's
But Zachary said that they were originally.
Well, there is the form of things there. It's a really peculiar situation, all in all.
Here's where I'm coming down.
Well, I'd like to hear what Susan. I think you have a little bit of knowledge about the house. I'd sort of like to hear what you have to say.
That's all I have. I went over there and looked at it.
Yeah.
I do see the barn and the silo thing.
But it's all been reconstructed. It's all faux.
I'm
really
not sure that's true. I think it's coded. Don't get me wrong, but I do feel that because of the new law, that there's an out.
But has it been so altered or deteriorated that the overall integrity of the historic resource has been irretrievably lost?
How can you say this
It's
is a
no
barn?
longer a farm. I'll grant you that.
Well, we don't care about that.
I'm going to say
we're talking about the structure.
This first came in front of this board. A blue sheet was done. A blue sheet was submitted, and it went on to the registry, and it was both here and with SHPA with the state. Then in what was the next renovation?
60s.
No, that was that was in the 70s.
that's what it was.
Then you came back here in front of this board again.
1966.
Right, in
was the first
1960. I know the original house.
Right.
And then there was another renovation done in 1991, which it came in front of this board again. And it came in front of this board as in a historic district, as a historic property. They could have questioned its historic integrity then when they're doing, but
Doesn't
they didn't.
stop me from doing it now.
No, but they didn't.
Doesn't
so
stop
for
me from
those
doing
kind
it
of, but those kind of reasons, I am not actually comfortable reversing the decision that's been made more than once by this board in the past, without now following what is the current code, which is in order
if they were
to
made an error.
which is the current code, which is if you want us to look at, in order to consider a certificate of demolition, we would also have to consider what the replacement is at the same time, and we don't have that right now.
No, the code says if it's delisted, I don't have to show it to you.
Right,
but if it is,
but right now what you're hearing is there's not a
you can't
comfort level.
say-
What
I
you're
wouldn't
hearing
say
right now,
that so
John, is there's not a
quickly.
comfort level to delist the
I
house.
wouldn't say that so quickly.
So what you're hearing right now is that I don't think there's a comfort level here to delist the house. So
Okay, well,
there is a way. The only way forwards that I see is,
can't
and
make that
therefore,
decision
if you
without-
either want to, what?
You can't make that decision right now. You can't make that decision right now. You have to answer these questions. Your counsel told you had to have these questions. You can't make this decision.
I think we can ask the questions again. We'll answer. I'll give you my answers to them.
In a less than conclusory form, please. You know what that means. You can't just say it's I don't like it or I think it's significant. You have to give explanations, factual explanations.
Alice, what would you like
Well,
us to
I
do?
mean,
Alice, what
frankly,
would you like us to do?
the board's expert has answered these questions, but has
Well,
the
and
site?
then Jeff distorted them because he said removes,
John, let Alice speak.
conceals the origins
John,
of the
please don't
building,
cut
removes
Alice off.
reference to the barn.
I would like to advise the board, please. The site has been so altered or deteriorated that the overall integrity of the historic resource has been irretrievably lost. Yes or no?
No.
I don't believe it's been irretrievably lost.
That's not a yes
Can-
or no
can-
question.
John,
It's not a yes or no
John.
question.
All right.
This is neither a court
John.
of law.
It is,
Okay,
in
no, it's not.
effect.
Oh, it
In
is.
effect, it is. This
You
is a
said
fact-finding board, and you're supposed to make
That
facts.
is-
You're not supposed to just
that
say.
is-
If I
what
may,
it is not is a court
if I may have a conversation with the board, thanks. We need to get to the bottom
Okay.
of whether the loss of some elements of this structure are irretrievable.
I do not believe they are irretrievable.
Are they irretrievable or are they reversible? Can some of these changes be undone? As so many of the changes that this board approves, as so many of the changes this board approved tonight, can they be undone?
My
You
answer would
can't
be
make me
yes.
disassemble a house. What planet are you on?
John, is she asking you or is she asking us?
Okay, so my
You
answer to
wanna
the
get
question
an
is,
answer?
my
You
answer to the
have-
question is, yes, I believe they could be reversible, and yes, I believe some of the structural integrity is there.
Plus, the way if you take it apart, by the way, it's no longer the thing that allegedly this 24-year-old college student thought was so significant.
We're talking with our attorney.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter who filed the blue sheet. It just doesn't. It
Sure
is.
does.
It was listed.
It was listed. It's been listed before. So I think where we are right now, so we can move on, is it doesn't feel to me like you have the support to delist this. Therefore, since this is an application to demolish, actually, if you don't have the support to delist, we actually can't look at an application to demolish because the file we consider incomplete because it does not have a replacement, which is what's required in the current code.
So I
That's
think
where
what
I
I'll
think
do
we're
is I'll go back to my client. I'll talk to them, hold it over. We'll see if we can what we can do here. But I'm going to tell you that I think it's absolutely contrary to all of the criteria that one uses when looking at these things for you to suggest that this has any historic significance. Its significance comes as an accessory agricultural structure.
In a long evening at this point, what would you like us to do? Would you like to? When do you want to
I'd
adjourn
like
it
to
to?
finish my sentence before.
Oh, you've finished a lot of
All
sentences.
right.
Let's wrap this up.
And so none of the criteria is met. I adjourn the matter. I'll go back to my client, see what he wants to do.
Do you want to adjourn it to the meeting in May or the meeting in June?
Meeting in May. No, put it off until in May. In May,
Okay.
that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 80 Wandanch to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is a new matter, which is 218 Hill Street for
214 Hill Street.
214 Hill Street for Shibata LLC. Are they here?
No,
I think he's on Zoom.
There was a question because it
How
was.
can they present, if they're gonna present the whole thing on Zoom?
I have the
I know, I do.
affidavits, and they're in order.
Right.
Hello,
Hello.
this is Bill Slight.
Hello, Bill. Give me 1 second, please.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Are you able to see me?
No.
No. But you look good.
It was on the table stack.
It came.
How's that?
It came in late.
It's with this right here? That's 160.
No.
There you are. Hello, Bill.
Hello. I'd like
Here
to
it is.
apologize for the poor quality of the lighting. I happen to be looking for my laptop. I'm at a friend's home. There's a party going on in the other room. So,
Okay.
Well, okay. There's a party going on in here, Bill.
Oh yeah, what a party! Can you bring up the application?
yes.
Right?
So, this is an application to alter a building. Pick up this. This is the building. It's part of the Shabbat of Southampton.
Have you put something up? We're not seeing it yet. Have you shared your screen?
Let's see. I thought I had. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
can see this now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I'm gonna bring up another drawing as well. This is part of a two-lot property that is owned by the Shabbat of Southampton. The front lot is 214, and it contains the main assembly rooms of the Shabbat, along with the parking lot and kitchen, which also serves the assembly room. The second lot, the back lot, is number 218. It is legally accessed by a flagpole, but in reality, the true way that people approach the property is through the parking lot of the Shabbat. The building in the back is used by the rabbi and his family for bedrooms when his family visits him, and also for recreation.
Okay, you want to take us through the plan?
Okay, so you see here, this is the plan of the building. We are proposing to make a few interior modifications to this area here. The major
Right now, we still see the photograph. Have you shared the drawing?
Oh, do I have to share that as well?
Yes, you have to share everything you're talking about. We have to. If you can't see it, we can't see it.
Okay, I'm sorry. How's that?
There we are. Okay.
Okay. All right. So this is the plan of the first floor of the building.
Just take us to just take us to the elevations. We don't have purview over the interior.
All right, but I think that it would be helpful for me just to show you that there's a second story portion of the building, which is a small part, and the part that you see here, this simple rectangle, I believe is what was the original structure of the original building, to which these other additions over time, here, here, and here, all have been made. Here's a drawing of the existing front of the house. This portion here in the center is where I believe the original building once stood. These are additions here. These are all additions here. You see here on the west elevation, you're seeing the side of this portion of the additions, and on this here, you see the outline of the existing of the original building. These are all additions on the back. The rear view or south view of the building, you can read the original building at the center. The dependencies on either side were added much later. What we're proposing to do, because of the compromised condition of the let's bring this up. Can you see this again?
Yep.
Yep.
If you look in this photograph, you can see the way this roof is bowed down, and that is because in previous renovations to this building, they removed the collar ties, and what has happened is that the sidewalls have splayed out, and the roof has subsided. It is really a structurally compromised, and therefore needs to be replaced. And that is the primary reason we want to make this change. So we want to remove that section of the second story, frame up the front and back walls with higher plates, put a new roof over that structure, and give adequate headroom in what is now low headroom second story, and also correct the structural problems that were created by the removal of the collar ties in the building. We're also proposing a new pair of French doors at this location on the front of the building, an additional pair of front doors on the west elevation here, and another pair of French doors at the rear, as well as replacement of the deteriorated windows flanking this, and also adding two smaller windows in what are going to become a pair of bathrooms in here.
Can you walk us through the materials? Color?
Certainly. The materials really would be just matching what we have as the materials that are on the building. Right now, there is a vertical tongue and groove siding in this area, and it's an asphalt roof. We would continue to have the asphalt roof, gray painted siding here. If you wish, we could make that a shingled siding if you thought that would be appropriate. We're going to have 6/6 double hung windows replacing those two smaller almost like cellar type windows that were on the photograph that you saw.
Okay. Board members.
Do we have a picture of the front of the house as it exists today?
That's what.
Yes, yes.
No, but that's the front, that's what faces Hill Street?
That's correct.
It's right in the back.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression that it was going sideways.
Do you have a survey?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. There we go.
That's what
Oh, wait,
the
is this it?
this is the photograph of the
That's right.
the
So
portion of
the-
the building
Yeah,
so-
that faces north, that we would call the front of the building.
Okay, so the parking lot that we're
So
seeing is in front of that, and then the other part of the Shabbat is behind that parking lot.
Well, it's behind where this photograph is taken, behind it
Okay.
to the right-hand side.
Do we know how old this original house
Yeah, here's
was?
the buffer.
I guess
the
that's what
Hill
I'm trying to
Street
determine.
Buffer.
Do I know how old the original building was that this is?
Yeah, the
This
original
was-
house.
Which house?
The carriage house.
This structure you're asking, this structure, what
Uh,
year was it built?
I'm assuming that it probably dates to the late 19th century. I mean, it was a barn or a carriage house.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
You know, it was an accessory building, functional building. It was, I mean, throughout the village, these were typical structures. I've seen old photographs where similar old buildings were everywhere. You know, this has been so altered that there's really, you know,
If you
you
listen
can't
to the
even
last
read the old
application,
building
don't
in it.
go there.
I mean, I don't even think this was the shape of the original roof of the building.
Can you
How
check?
old
Can
do you
can,
think
can
the building was?
He said
I
19th
think,
century.
well, you know, being this as being it's at least 120 years old. I mean, I think it dates back. You know, the building may have been prior to the turn of the century. Certainly, when they were using carriages and horses, and you know, had the need for sheltering the animals and storing the carriages.
Can you read to me the height of the proposed elevation, please? It's hard for me to read. As
You mean
opposed to
from the
the
drawing?
existing.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, it seems a little high. That's my only comment. It seems quite high compared to the existing.
On either side of the driveway.
I mean, to be honest with you, a little bit, we were all kind of a little unawares because this was listed on the agenda as adjourned, and
Yes,
then
that
put
was-
back on the
that-
agenda. So I don't know that.
That was because I was traveling and also
Yeah.
that I didn't anticipate that I could perhaps, do
Right.
this.
No, I get that, but I think what you're hearing is people aren't as familiar with these plans as they are with some others because it was taken off our
Yes,
agenda
right.
and then was sort of in front of us tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
You're asking about the height of the building. This, because this is a separate lot, and this is treated as a residence. This is
Yeah.
not treated as if it were
Yeah.
an accessory building. So, it's permitted to be, a 35-foot tall building. We're going to be like around 22 feet.
So it's 22 feet?
Actually, you're 24 feet, 11 and a half inches.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I can't, on my small laptop here, I have a hard time reading that
Okay.
number.
So, you want me to-
I think we should site inspect it.
if you wish. Well, if you wish. So I think the addition provides verticality, which makes it more attractive than it currently exists. I think the addition of the French doors is additive as well, and a nice touch. And if I have any questions at all, it's the relatively small balcony in the rear, which is 6 by 10. It's surely not a party deck.
That is a
but-
house
but-
with it.
What's that?
I mean, that's a building where they're adding 2 lavatories. I mean, I think it's used for parties. That's my concern.
I believe that's Susan that was speaking. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
right.
Yes, Susan. The area here, the 2 lavatories are actually in substitution for what is now a large bathroom in here.
That doesn't answer my question about the parties.
About the
There's
party?
just so many jokes.
Yeah, it seemed like it said we're a recreational. Didn't you say that? Yes, you did. So I think
Yes.
the party.
This is basically the family living room.
Right, but the family. It's more complicated than that, is it not?
Well, does the balcony
The
go
balcony's
out off the family living
Well,
room?
I'm questioning. No, it's the second story.
Second floor, right?
But,
Yes, there's a
Right,
little
okay.
walk out there.
but it seems to. Okay.
No, you
there are
write the
houses.
questions, yeah.
There are flag lots around here, and I personally would not
Yeah.
be in favor
Here's-
of the balcony because I believe that because of the owner's position, that there probably will be festivities, which is great, but not on the party balcony. That's all. We've tried not to have
What balcony are you talking about?
the one
The
that you
second story?
added on the back of this
Okay.
building. Is that not
All right.
true?
This little balcony here is what you're talking about?
That's correct.
That's cutting into a little portion of the flat roof that's right here. Now, there's higher roofs over this part of the building. This would be back here. There's no sight lines in this direction.
It's the noise that I'm concerned about. We don't. Okay, I'm
Here's
opposed to
what
it.
I think.
How's that?
Here's what I might suggest. Because it wasn't on the agenda, I didn't actually walk by and site and do a walkthrough on this one.
Okay.
I would like to actually ask the building department to set up a site inspection. Just I only have. I'm not sure that I might agree with Nina that it looks a little tall, but I actually need to see it in situ to understand. And just because where this balcony sits on a second floor, it does look over lots because it sits far back in the lot. I just want to understand the sight lines. I'd like an opportunity to see it for myself before we make a decision.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Are there any comments from the public? No. Okay. Bill, we have plenty of time to site inspect this because our next meeting is not until May 13th.
I'm aware of
So
that.
do you wish us to adjourn this to May 13th?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and Alex, if you will set up just a site inspection for board members who want to go and walk the site, that would be great, because I think we need access, because I think there's a gate.
Yeah, Mark?
Yep.
Because, one of the reasons that you're adjourning for the next meeting is because that's the beginning of the Joe
Well, no, we've already canceled that meeting. Our next meeting is May 13th.
Yeah, I know. What I'm suggesting to you is that if perhaps you and the board members could make the site visit, within this small time frame that exists between now and when that starts. That's the first night of Passover.
Yeah. Yep. Alex, I'm sure you're listening to that. We'll do what we can, Bill. We'll try to work it out.
Go before Passover.
Pardon?
Go before Passover.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Any comments from the public? No. All right. Motion to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 218 Hill Street to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
All right. Thank you, board members, and
Thank you.
all of your comments and questions were very helpful. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, so that takes us now to public hearings on historic character matters, of which the first one is 111 Main Street for Southampton Shopping Center LLC. If you just reintroduce yourself.
Oh yeah, Kevin from Bowler, 275 Broad Hollow Road.
Okay. Okay.
This one is just for the approval of the extra storefronts on the front elevation in CBS.
You were taking the opening and expanding it.
Yeah,
around,
correct.
right?
Just matching the.
Can you flip around and put a picture up?
Oh yeah, sure.
So we can see it.
Yeah.
Public. I guess we didn't approve this before because we couldn't. All right. All right. Just so everyone can see it. The idea is that you're taking the there you are. Okay, just walk us through.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing is we're just matching the storefront that's there and just giving the interior more light since we're not taking the.
Does someone on your team have page A201?
Yes, Bill Ryan, the architect.
Great. Can you throw up A201? That way the public can see where we start and where you're going. Right. Okay, yeah, just refer to that for me for a second.
Okay, Bill, do you want to just explain what we're doing here?
Yes, we had. If you see the top elevation, the one side we're looking at, we have the existing storefront with the black steel columns and beams exposed, and we're basically extending that to either side, matching the same finishes in glass as the existing on both sides.
And that is configured as two separate storefronts from the bank?
No, this is the side that this is all the bank.
This is all the bank.
The
That's
two
all
storefronts
theirs.
is what faces the street.
Right, so that's what I don't understand. Why do you need, what are we calling storefronts? I'm sorry. I
So
just
the
don't-
bank front is getting two new windows?
Yeah, that's what we want
Right there, yeah, on the
Why do you
CVS
need that?
to allow for extras.
What?
Okay, on this side we have the
ATM. I know.
interior.
Yeah.
So the security for visibility inside, so somebody could see.
That's
And on the
fine.
other side is an office, and we want more natural light into the building and more exposure, to the interior.
Board members, what do you think?
I don't know what to think really for the moment. I thought they were separate, they leased like when you turn the
Yeah.
corner. But it turns out
They
quote,
have this
storefront.
half. They have this half of the building.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I think storefront threw us off.
Yes, sorry,
Yes.
I was
Yeah,
just referring to glass.
Bank front is different than storefront.
That's why I wanted you to see the.
Yeah, thank
this
you,
drawing
thank
so
you, yeah,
understand.
I was definitely
Yeah.
thinking we were talking about.
Well, that seems like a pretty long, It's a huge swath of light, I must say, but it is a parking lot in front of it, so.
You see the two areas marked in red? That's where we're expanding.
Right.
The glass front.
Nina, opinion?
I don't have any objections.
Okay. Jane?
Can we see it again, please?
And again, those lights will be removed.
Right, and so, will this bank be dark at night? Because that is an awful lot of windows in the village after hours.
So by law, the ATM has to have some kind of light.
No, I understand that about the
Okay,
ATM, but then
on
the
the
whole
other
other
side,
side, it just
yeah.
seems, I'm just wondering about dark sky compliant.
Well,
we
the
don't want-
office would be off when no one's in there. That other section is an office, so there'd be no lights.
It would only be in the ATM.
Yeah.
That's,
Here's my concern is the same. I think you're like you're two panes too great, one on either side, and it's not uncommon for banks. I'm not saying you're going to do this, to have interior displays. I have a bank that moved in to a place I live, and it's all walled around the corner. And at night they've got a TV and they're advertising Chase Manhattan, and there's no way to regulate that. I'm not saying you're going to do that, but visually, I think, especially next to the CVS, if you were to knock off the left and the far right pane and still have your ATM, then you'd probably have the right, at least for me, mix of windows and brick. I don't know, is that?
Yeah, it seems like the wall to window ratio is very high.
right, I'd go with, I thought Jeff's suggestion was pretty reasonable. That just, you can have more, but not that much more. It just is a big swath of windows. And before, when you didn't even suggest this, you still had the ATM. It's not like it's preventing you from doing your business.
I would say from an, carbon footprint perspective, if this was facing south, it would make sense to get solar gain, but it's not facing south, so it's a lot of glass in terms of, saving energy.
Yeah, and if you think of what's also
Okay, so I think what
across
you're
the
I
street,
think what
you
you're
have this.
let me sum it up for you.
Sorry.
What you're basically hearing is you're two panes too wide.
Got it.
That's sort of the feeling I'm getting from the board.
We'll get back to the client and,
Okay, but are there any comments from the public?
Of course not.
Okay, so do you think you can come back
Yeah.
May 13th?
Yep.
Okay. Motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 111 Main Street to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so that brings us up to 47 Palacho Street.
Are we having a second break? Could we have a 3-minute?
Yes, you can have a 3-minute break,
Okay.
because then you get a month.
What?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to.
You're gonna have to say what you said before.
Oh, okay, that's fine. One of the changes we've made was in response to comments from the board and the neighbor to the west of the large number of windows on that elevation. So we have, if I may borrow your pen for a moment, it's a pointer.
To be clear, you're at the south elevation now?
No, actually, we're talking about the west
The west
elevation.
elevation, okay.
Okay, there had been a series of 3 windows in this center section, which we've cut down to 2, and also made those windows not quite as tall as they were. Next to it, to the rear, you see where I'm pointing now, there had been 2 windows, and the room below it had 3, which we've reduced to 2. We feel that has responded to the comments and concerns of the board and the neighbor, and has not adversely affected the appearance of the house. I think actually it, after making this change to the house as well as the other elevations I'll show you, the board's comments were helpful, and I was happy with how they turned out. I'll turn to the next 2. On both the north and the east side elevation, comments were made that just the opposite, that the balance of siding to windows was off in the other direction, and we were encouraged to increase the size and number of windows on these elevations, which we were able to do. You can see, I don't know if you recall the last time, this second floor section got a bit wider, so we could make room in the rooms inside the house to accommodate these increased number of windows and larger size. The 2 toward the front, which are in one of the bedrooms, we were able to increase the size. And similarly on the rear elevation, we added the windows that we lost from the side of the elevation I showed you just previous to this one. We swung around to the back to take up some of the space and give a larger window there. I increased the size of these 2, which had been square, just fixed units. They are now double hung units, and on the opposite end of that same elevation, you'll see a slightly larger window, which we moved closer to the center of this space to break up the siding in a more balanced fashion. I think a lot of the visual problems that the board may have been having were a result of the angle that was chosen for, if I can just put up, this was the angle that we showed for our initial rendered representation of the house, where you were unable to see the entrance to the building, and maybe the column spacing was a little
wonky.
Was unclear.
Wonky. Okay.
Well, right, but I think when you see the next one, I think we're all in your packets. You can see, I'll try to leave it in the same place for the benefit of the camera operator. This is just pretty much a straight-on elevation where you can see, and I believe in the submission that was given to you, you have a floor plan above this, which indicates that these placements, the placement of these columns are all in line with corners of projecting portions of the building, which frame, window groupings and the door assembly behind them. So I hope that's clear in that elevation. This is another just from further back where you can see the buildings on either side. You can get a glimpse of the building to the west, which will be clearer in another one. This is a view from the rear of the house, just so we could illustrate 2 things that you were looking for. The garage, you can see we have selected and specified a galvanized color gooseneck wall sconce. I believe we submitted a manufacturer's specification sheet on that, but they're illustrated in this rendering. You can also see there were questions asked about the pool enclosure, which we've I submitted a detail of it, and it's represented in this rendering as well. It's just cedar posts and rails with a black wire mesh, which meets the requirements of the state code for pool enclosures. And just for the color of the building, it was initially a white, and this, again, sometimes the renderings don't ring as true as we'd like them to, but the color that you see in this garage portion of this project is representative of the color of the siding that will be installed. We thought we'd include a nighttime shot from the front, just for your information and reference. And this was another one. We tried to put together a streetscape, but it was difficult with the existing privets that are there. But just wanted to give a representation that you can't. You standing at the end of the block, you cannot see, a bunch of the houses in a row. So we really couldn't develop a streetscape where you could see the whole block. We eliminated a portion of, there was a comment, the resident to the west was concerned with a portion of the porch that was on that side of the house, that it was maybe a place for people to perhaps sit out there, and they were uncomfortable, it seemed, with someone doing that on that side of the property, so we simply eliminated that deeper portion of the covered porch. I think.
So on this, the front door is not in this rendering. It's around the corner.
You can't see it because of the angle from the viewpoint of that rendered elevation, model.
And in a different rendering, there was a car park. Hold on.
Yes.
And then I can't match that up with. So.
Yeah, here, I know what you're saying, Susan, in the car park here,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
car
yeah.
is here, and then in this, the car
There's-
is really in front of the whole thing.
So which is it? Is that on the?
They're created from the same model. All you're doing is moving where you're standing, looking at this
saying
at the
what I'm
building.
seeing, but it may be wrong. I'm just saying, I have to see what it is. So. Is there a site? Where does it show on any piece of paper the actual
Yeah.
house?
Do you have a site plan in here?
We believe, yeah, we submitted a landscape plan, so you can see how the
Yeah, but your land.
how the property sits, how the house sits on the
Is that the
property.
landscape plan?
Yes, that's
Okay,
it.
your landscape plan doesn't have the turn-in for the driveway. Your landscape plan doesn't match your renderings.
That's what I don't get.
Because
Well,
there's
all right.
Yeah,
there's a car park here, turn-in,
Well,
it's
that's
not
what
on,
I thought,
but it's not on.
but not on both of these.
Well,
What-
it's
what
on the
is
renderings. It's just, I'm sorry, I do apologize. It is not, that gravel space parking spur is not indicated on the landscape plan.
Is your intention to put that gravel in front of the
front of the living
house,
room.
the front of the house, but that's not where the front door is, correct?
Right.
Well, the
It
front
turns
door,
across
if
the
you,
front of the house, but now the sidewalk now goes down all the way across the house. You can turn to the right and then find the front door.
So in this rendering, there's actually gravel here,
Now, this rendering doesn't have the turn.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
There should, correct.
that was the
That was the
one
last
that was submitted at the last meeting. So
Oh,
that
okay. They're not-
that's why the car
There's no way to
isn't there.
distinguish.
This
So-
is the new one. The house is a
Okay.
different color.
Okay.
I appreciate you listening to our comments about the front door, and this definitely helps understand, because when we met last, it was very difficult to understand that the front door even existed.
I-
And you can see it much better now. What I am noticing though is, with rendering of the back with the pool gate. I mean, lack of gate. The pool fence, there's no gate, so are you gonna walk all the way down the driveway, and then when you get down here, there's no gate either? So how are you gonna get into the house unless you go in the front door?
Well, I'm sorry, I overlooked putting a gate.
Yeah.
But clearly there'll be a gate somewhere, there'll have to be a gate somewhere, or come out of the door from the garage and walk into the backyard that way.
And what about the fencing? Can you maybe, the fence could become more cohesive with the style of the house?
Well, this is, we've done this on on a few houses, and it seemed to blend very nicely just into the landscape. It's the black mesh is invisible, and invisible, but as invisible as a fence can be, and the cedar is just a natural cedar material that is what we're building the house out of. Yeah.
Maybe bring this landscaping to wherever the gate would be, so that you don't have this big expanse here. That might solve that problem.
I think
I don't have a problem with the fence if you don't see it.
I think what would be more typical in this neighborhood would be a fence buried into a hedge line with a proper gate, an identifiable gate within a hedge line.
Okay.
I think what I'm hearing is you have sort of a contemporary gate application here because you've got a framed gate with black mesh up against bushes, whereas what's more typical for that neighborhood and for the Hamptons is hedge line with like a white, or a gate, doesn't be white, a gate that's identifiable within a hedge line. I think that's what you're hearing. Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
And then I see a patio, I have to look at the ground plan, off the garage. Is that a patio off the garage? Or is that garage actually a pool house?
No, it's a garage.
Okay. So that seating area that's up against the garage is what?
Sorry.
Which is also not on your landscape plan.
I'm not sure. We don't even. I'm not sure where you're seeing a seating area against the garage.
In your rendering. In your rendering. There's a whole bunch of stones here in a seating area right up against the garage. Is it from the back where the seating area up against the garage, but it's not indicated on the landscape plan.
So like in the grass.
No, there's just steps. Well, that's an indication of a step, just somewhere, paving stone.
It's just the pool furniture is close to the garage.
Oh, again, I mean, if a piece of furniture was put there, the furniture and all the patio is all on the rear wall of the house, under the roof.
Yeah.
The one with the seating area right in front of it.
Yeah.
That's not on the landscape.
I can't find it. Oh, here it is.
Just past that. Where do we have the garage on here?
No, that's not just that. Do you have all the elevations of the garage?
Yes.
No. So I'm asking, I want to see all the elevations of the garage.
Here they are.
Page.
Page out of now.
Is this a picture of part
Next
of
to
a
the
side of the
next to
garage?
the last page.
Yes, here it
Next
is.
to the
Here it
last
is.
page.
Yes.
That would
So
be
there's a
page
big double
A7.
So the big sliding double doors that go into the garage.
Yes,
So is that a garage or a pool house?
it's a garage. There's 2 garage doors on the side.
No, I'm seeing 2 sliding doors under a pediment that go into the
Right,
garage.
facing the back of facing the pool.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
When I go through those doors, what's there? Is it a?
it's a garage.
That's
There's a
the entrance to the
I
garage.
have a floor plan here indicating the space. Right on that same sheet with all the elevations.
Okay, so here's what I think. You guys want, on your landscape plan doesn't match your renderings. And that's a problem. And I think you heard the comments about the fence and the fence materials, the changes that people like to see there. Any other comments or questions about the main residence in the garage? Anyone?
A question, I wasn't sure whether the shingles are natural shingles?
Yes, it's a natural cedar roof, and the wall siding material is a Maybeck cedar shingle with
So,
a
so it's going to weather.
well, it's got a clear bleach and a water base, and they call it, the color is light gray. They call it, but
Could
there
you-
is. I have a. I think the packet that you have.
You know what? So I have a feeling you're going to be coming back again with some of these changes, or at least correcting the plans.
Yeah,
Am I right on that?
yeah, they're gonna be
If you
coming
could bring a sample of that, that'll be great.
Okay.
I think my general comment is the overall design is attractive.
think the
I
color
was
change is
I wasn't
great.
here at the first meeting, so I don't know what changes, but what I'm seeing here is attractive. I think the scaling of your streetscape is a little bit off. It makes the house look a little bit more diminutive than it actually is.
One of them, I will agree with you. It does look.
This
does
one looks a
look-
little. Your house looks a little Lilliputian compared to the next door neighbor.
Listen.
And I think the car in front of your house became a doll's car for the guy next
Well, yeah,
door.
no, it's yeah,
So it's a
like the
pedal car. It's a pedal car for
car-
the
Yeah,
neighbor.
that's an E-type Jaguar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll take that.
And again, your renderings, everything needs to sync up. The renderings, all the renderings need to show the same fences. All the renderings need to show the same garage turnout. All the renderings need to show if you've got stone in the yard in your landscape plan where you're going to put furniture up against a garage where there are doors, it all has to match. And right now it doesn't.
And there's also, just to add to the bus, this gate doesn't even attach. There's like an opening there where a child could maybe fit through.
Well, that's obviously would have to be cleared up at permit time.
No, I understand that, but I'm
Trust
just saying,
me.
just to make it so that we feel more comfortable
And,
approving
and,
this.
and the other comment I would tell you is I think the contemporary application that you've put on the gate with the way that the wood framing and the black screening is done versus a disappearing fence into a row of hedges was, you're hearing some concern that feels a little contemporary against the house, against the architecture of the house.
So you would, okay.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? Lisa.
Well, first I'd like to thank the board. I've only been to 2 of these meetings, and I can genuinely tell you I have no idea how you do this every single Monday.
It's not every
Once a
single
month?
Monday, but
Trust me,
it's
there are
every
times
other
we
Monday.
don't either.
It's pretty. It is.
It feels like it's twice a
Yeah,
month,
it's-
twice a week.
But thank you.
I mean, I applaud your effort. So I do have a lot of the same concerns, and I guess my biggest concern, which you've somewhat addressed, is that the renderings, they seem to change, and I can't decide what's in and what's out. But I'd like to thank the architect or builder that it looks like you did. I appreciate the changes of the windows, and it looks like to me. I know you said that the side porch is been eliminated.
I need you to address your comments to the board, not
I'm
the
sorry.
applicant. Thank you.
It looks like in the renderings as though the side porch is still there. In the renderings that I saw.
Okay.
So maybe they changed between yesterday and what you guys have. Because some of the pictures that you guys seem to have in front of you are very different than what was in the file yesterday.
Okay, so your concern is just the status of that porch.
The
that's
status
closest
of
to your
that
house.
porch on the side.
Okay.
Okay, and then additionally, what wasn't addressed was the screening on the west side of the house. If you look on the plan, it says existing hedge is what's screening that house. And that house now is, and I know we joked about it a little bit about the pictures, making the house look more diminutive. It's not a joke for the guy who lives next door. And the screening is a hedge that I've maintained there for probably the last 25 years. And now you're putting a house about 15 feet closer, and that hedge is puny relative to what they're considering putting on that property. So at least to fill that out with more privet or something more substantial than what is currently there to obstruct that view right into my property. Because even though you have eliminated a bunch of windows, when you look at even their renderings, which I think are generous pictures, they look right into my property. all of those windows look right into my property and right into, you know, the upstairs of my house. And it's a taller house, so, you know, the screening thing in my mind was just what looks like it was not addressed. Because even on the form that I saw, or the rendering, it said existing privet is what's to be used.
May I ask you, what's the height of the existing privet?
You know, I would say that existing privet is maybe, you know, 7 or 8 feet.
Yeah. So we have on occasion, I'm sharing this with you as well, have required that privet be of a certain height. So, you know, and what, I'll tell you, my neighbor, when they had a situation, I live on a flag lot, they had to put in 10-foot privets and they're now 12 or 14 feet. So they do grow.
Jeffrey, I appreciate that. And if you look at these are small lots on this block. And if you look at all the other structures, like this house has been there for a very, very long time. And look, that hedge was put there before I lived there, and I've been there for 25 years. And we used to joke with the former property owner that, you know, I could never decide who actually put that thing there, but we always tried to maintain it and actually grow it a little bit. But it, you know, the ones to the further west on the next property, and the one just to the east, the next property, they're substantially higher. I don't think that they're arborvitaes, and I know you guys hate arborvitaes, but they're, I think, Lelands. The Lelands are very tall and do, you know, block all of the view.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
here
you.
there's a hedge. There's no Lelands in this rendering.
No.
Yeah.
That's my hedge to the west.
All right.
To the left.
Well,
Okay, so
you guys hear the neighbors.
That hedge is just absolutely not accurate.
Okay.
On the
okay,
right.
so
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I
We can
I
go by
question
it.
the
We
one
can
on
go
the
by and
left
look
as
at it.
well.
We'll go by and
I
look at
actually
it.
think I put a picture in the file.
Okay.
Do you have that picture that we submitted?
Okay.
Wouldn't a tree be more effective, a tall tree?
Tall trees would be really effective, but do you have a picture?
Tall trees get wide though, and then you're not gonna be able
Yeah,
to
I
get a
know, that's a
driveway.
problem. Well, they kill your hedge too.
Okay. Well, let's just keep this. Let's just keep this to comments, not.
I know you guys
comment.
saw the
Yeah,
picture,
we did.
right?
Yeah, comments,
That's
not
the
debates. Oh, that, yeah, it's thin. I remember when I saw it there. Yeah, it's not well maintained. Yeah, so it has no privacy. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
And I appreciate your comments. You've heard the comments. Would you'd like to adjourn to address them? Up, another hand up.
Hello, everybody. Thanks very much for including me. My name is Michael Zinder. I'm the owner of 36 Pulaski Street, which sits right behind the new house. I just had a couple quick questions and a comment. The quick questions were, so it's very difficult on the Zoom to appreciate what the elevations and what the plan really looks like. So I'm just curious, the back of their house, where I guess there's a pool and a garage now, how close is that to the back property line? Can you guys tell where are those things located relative to their property?
What if you go on the Dropbox, there's a plan that actually shows it.
So do you understand about
And
the
it's
Dropbox?
and with its location, it's to code. But
Okay, and it is to code.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure of that. And other than that, I just want to say to the new owners, you know, good luck with the new house and everything. But as to the landscaping, there is the big tall tree in the back left of that property that actually has branches that way overhang my property.
Okay, that
And if there's
okay.
any,
I'm going to let you talk to the neighbors about that. That's not an architectural issue.
I can make a note. If they could just address that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If there is a large tree, I think it should be on the landscape plan.
It should be, if it's remaining, and it should be marked anyway. All right, you've heard the comments. May 13th work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to accept the application's request for adjournment to May 13th for 47 Palatro. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The good news is you get a month off.
Good enough.
Okay, where am I to next? I'm lost.
Is it?
I'm taking a week off, so you're pretty excited.
Okay, that's done. Next up is 111 Meadowmere.
Is this the one that has the last few renderings on their plans? Postage stamp, yeah, I'm not in favor of this. Is that the rendering? Huh? Normal
Okay.
Hi, I'm Richard Cerno from AML Architecture.
Hello.
We have made several revisions based on our last meeting, based on your comments.
Thank you.
And I can walk you through the plans if you'd like.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
So this plan is the first floor. These blue areas that have been highlighted represent on the first and second floor the reduced glazing areas. That seemed to be the primary issue at the last meeting, was the amount of glazing. So that's what we've been working to reduce.
Okay.
You'll see the elevations, or the new, I should say, revised proposed elevations show the new smaller window layouts. And then we also provided comparison drawings with red hatched areas that show the amount of the reduced glazing.
Are these little things the only renderings that you've given us?
No, there's a back, on the back page, you should have full rendering.
Oh,
Yeah, the last page should be a render sheet.
great, thank you.
That's just how it's marked as file.
I see.
Okay.
So as you can see, especially around the back of the house, we reduced the glazing quite a bit. On the side here, on the west side, we went from 4 panels to 3. On the north side, we went from 3 panels to 2. And we reduced the height on the second floor as well of those units. We reduced the vertical unit that's at the stair hall that you can see here in the middle. That got a lot smaller, as did the glazing above the front door, and the front door itself is now a solid door.
So, when you say reduced by a lot, could you tell me a foot, 6 inches, what are we talking about?
We reduced the area of glazing by 350 square feet.
But on these large windows, I don't know what, view from the northwest, whatever that means.
Are these? I think they're these.
Yeah. There were 2
View from the northwest, right. So you can see at the back of the house there, that's facing north, that gable face there. That was 3 panels on the first floor and 3 panels on the second. The 3 panels on the second floor were floor to ceiling. So they've been reduced to 2 panels now instead of 3 wide. And they've been reduced by a foot in height.
And how tall are they?
They are 6.5 feet tall. And in that same view, I'm sorry.
Only 6?
They can't be 6.5
They
feet tall.
can't, that can't be right. Can
The second floor windows are 6'6". The first floor doors are 8'6".
Okay.
And the same view on the side, view from the northwest, you can see the side facing west went from 4 panels on the first floor to 3 panels, and the glazing got reduced above that 3-panel slider as well.
Okay. Board members?
Since I wasn't here the last time, what's the material on the house?
The house is a red cedar shingle that will have a bleaching oil with a light weathering gray stain.
Okay, great. And the shingles are going to be laid horizontally, or? And I'm thinking, I mean, it's a barn-like looking house, and I'm thinking of the house on Cooper that I think has vertical. So you're doing it horizontally?
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay. And it will weather?
It will weather, and the bleaching oil will allow it to weather consistently. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that really work?
Yes.
Good to know.
It does.
I have an issue. Thank you. Okay. Nina, Susan, Jane? Jane, any thoughts?
I'm having a hard time
Is there a house
following the plan.
behind there?
I think the renderings seem more barn-like and less glass. I mean, it's made the appearance more to fit into local modern barn style. So I think it's improved since last time.
The property is very private, as we discussed last time. The perimeter of there's actually two adjacent properties. The same person owns both. This is going to be like a guest house for her son.
Right.
But
you know, when people say that, the problem is people sell their property and it's just not a given.
Some
We
guests
can
get treated better than others.
Depend on what someone else would do.
The point I'm making is the property's been landscaped for 30 years, so it's been a cohesive landscaped property.
I get that, but things change, that's all I'm saying. And so the idea of how much light is coming out, I think we have to be sensitive to as the property itself and not depend on these owners or the neighbors.
I'm just telling you the
Stay
context
safe.
that exists now.
Right. I've been to the property.
From my perspective, I would say thank you. You did listen. You did take the comments we made last time. There has been a significant reduction in the amount of glass. Though we do worry about light pollution, but you brought it down, and where there's sort of more walled corner of the house is actually heads back into the backyard of the neighboring property that is actually makes up the compound that's part of this, and I actually think it's complementary. My one concern, which was a lot of the light that you had going up that lit stairwell, you brought that down and actually dealt with the bottom third of it. So, and then it was considerable reduction on the first floor on that corner that was of a concern. That would be my comment. Anybody else? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay. I'm going to motion to accept the application for 111 Meadowmere from drawings. What are your actual drawing dates? From drawings.
March 29th, I think.
Yes, for the revision, the drawings of revision date 29 March 2024. Is there a second?
For sure.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that now takes us to new matters, and the first is 75 Down East Lane. Do you have the affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
$75 Down East Lane. Are they coming in? Anyone here for 75 Down East Lane?
Yeah, but they should be on Zoom too, the homeowner.
Okay.
The homeowner is the architect.
Okay. You've got nothing? All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move on and we'll recall it in case they come back. Okay, so that takes us then to 7 Meadowgrass Lane. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Thank you to the notary. Thank you.
That's Jackie.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thanks, Jackie.
Is she a notary?
She is.
Cool, Jackie.
Yeah,
Okay.
you saved me. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Joseph Fontana representing the owner, and John Ferraro, the architect of record, I think should be joining us.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Any hands up back there? For 7 Meadowgrass.
Can everybody hear me?
We can. Can't see you yet, but we can hear you.
Is that better?
That's better. Okay.
Right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Are you sharing your screen?
One moment. It's not giving me an option to share my screen. Oh, one moment.
Yes, it's down at the bottom.
I see it.
It's
Okay.
a green button.
Yep, I got it. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
We can. That's the agenda. Okay.
Okay.
There we are. Great.
Hi. Alrighty, so basically what we're doing is we are converting this little cape here, the second floor of it, to have 2 shed dormers for additional bedroom space. On the left-hand side of the north elevation, which is the front, we are raising the roof in the existing bedroom, so there's really no added square footage, it's just a raised roof. And then on the right-hand side, we're creating another bedroom. Nothing is changing on the first floor. The front columns will remain the same, the garage will remain the same, these 2 windows will remain the same. Actually, let me correct myself, we are making this a double window. We're removing a window here, and we're putting in double windows to match the window configuration on the second floor. So here you see the front elevation and the side elevations as well in the rear.
So the proposed is brown.
Correct.
The exterior materials will match the existing cedar.
So.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
So it seems to me that every single window, are they all the same size?
Yes, these 2 windows are the same size as the windows below, and we tried to match these windows here as well.
It seems to me there's something top-heavy and monotonous of those. I understand you need the space, but there's just got to be aesthetically.
Well, it's not just about space, it's the egress window requirement. So the bedrooms require to meet the egress requirements of the code, and that's what's dictating the size of these windows.
Right, and perhaps for the window size, that's correct, but I'm looking at the 2 dormers. It appears that you're trying to create symmetry with what's below, such that the left-facing dormer mirrors dimensionally pretty much the space between the side of the house and the left-facing side of the door. And on the right-facing dormer, it looks like you're trying to match the vertical lines of the right-facing edge of the house and the left part of the door. And somehow, visually, that's a bit off-putting. And perhaps maybe it's what Susan's saying, it's so symmetrical that it appears top-heavy. And dormers tend to be subservient, if you will, for lack of a better word, but at least smaller than all that's underneath them. So if it was a shed dormer across the whole house, it wouldn't necessarily go across the whole roof. And so I guess what I'm saying is I think you'd visually have a more appealing roof line, at least the facade, if in fact those dormers were brought in, both of them, from on the left and the right. And I don't know what the dimension is, whether it's 6 inches, whether it's a foot, but that's my visual judgment.
Are you talking about this area here as opposed to here?
I'm talking about both dormers. I think would have greater visual appeal if they were made smaller, and it's smaller in terms of the width.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit if you
No,
don't
well, why
mind.
don't you, well, let's do this. Let's get comments from everyone and you can address them all at the same time.
Okay,
Jane?
sure,
Jane?
sure.
Okay, just to be clear, you're saying that this first dormer that's larger, that there's already a bedroom there?
Yes, that's an extension of an existing master bedroom.
Okay.
That
Just
is
and then-
that is the same width.
Okay.
And that existing master bedroom already has egress?
Yes.
So these windows aren't required for egress?
No, that's incorrect. We need those windows for egress in the front.
Okay.
Right now, it's an existing nonconformance.
So I understand what is being said about it's very symmetrical with the windows being the same on the bottom as they are on the top floor. But maybe you want to consider one window in the smaller dormer if you're not going to move that dormer. I almost think maybe make this dormer bigger instead of making this one. You can't make this one smaller because that's existing with the bedroom. Can you make this one?
Well, it's not designed, let's just tell them what we don't like.
Well, I think maybe one window
Okay.
would look more.
You're
give it
talking about
more-
the right side?
Yes, I'm talking about the right side. One window might be more appealing.
Okay, Nina?
Yeah, I agree. Petite, yeah, the sort of egress, that's the purpose that it's serving. And I would agree that they're a bit top heavy right now. So yeah, I would agree with the other board members.
I'm going to tell you that it's a sort of an addition that ate the house. When you look at your program, when you look at your dormers on the second level, you've introduced white corner detail that you don't have at the bottom of the house, and it's just suddenly it makes them visually much heavier from the top of the house to the bottom. So your trim detail doesn't seem to match on your left and right hand dormers. For what you've done, whatever you're figuring out with the windows of the dormer over the garage, you've had to pull down where the roof line meets the windows, there's that odd void below, so there's something wrong. Your dormer that's on the left side is about 6 inches off the roof line, but your dormer on the right side hugs the roof line. It sort of adds up to a bit of a mess because the one that's on the right doesn't actually sit, the volume centers over the garage, but the center line doesn't center over the center line of the garage door.
Right.
So there's all these just weird lineup things that aren't working. If you need to pull the dormer, if the dormer needs to be a little less shallow to pull it up a little bit, or you need to pull the head up to the ridge line of the roof to find the space you're looking for, I don't know. But right now, it's not harmonious to the other houses in the neighborhood, and the balance and weight of the addition is out of scale, and its visual weight both in width, location, out of scale to the first floor of the house as it currently exists. Do we have any comments from the public?
What?
All right.
I said well spoken at 10
Can I
o'clock at night.
ask a question?
Yeah.
If those corrections are made as you just described, you would still allow that right-hand dormer?
Well, you're going to have to come back and show us an alternative. I mean, as they are right now, it's not about allowing or not allowing a dormer. It's the dormers you presented are not architecturally harmonious to the house or the neighborhood, and they're out of balance. And I hate to use the word wonky, but they're wonky enough that it would also be odd against the other houses that face it in the neighborhood.
Okay.
We don't try to design the houses. We tell you
I understand.
where we're looking for some alteration. A big one for me is the trim should match on the two of them, that they're going to be that, and the roof line is weird.
The rendering is different. There's
Yeah.
no trim on the rendering.
Yeah. So just sync all that up, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah.
Has everyone made their comments before
Yes.
I respond? Okay. So let me actually matching the trim is not a problem at all. I have to agree with that. Can you see my mouse moving and where I'm pointing?
Yep.
Okay, so this area here actually exists now. and the exterior walls line up here. Okay, so that is it's peculiar on the existing house as well because they don't here. So I was just continuing the bearing for structural reasons, the bearing point of the new dormer over the garage. And if you'll allow me to go to the, I thought I had a floor plan on it. Just give me a minute.
All right, I think, to be honest, I think you've heard what the comments are. I understand why you did it, but whatever reason why you did it, you're hearing this is not something that's going to be approved tonight. So really the question is, what are you going to do differently? And when you can be ready to present us a different plan?
Okay, very good. Fair enough.
So do you think, can May 13th work?
Yes.
Okay. No comments from the public? Okay. Motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 13th for, let's see the rest.
Eelgrass Lane.
For 7 Meadowgrass Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is 59 Roscoe Drive. Do you have the affidavits and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself for the public, please?
Yes. Hello. Oh, jeez. My name is Mike Macrina. I'm the architect for my client, Christina Titus. I'm located at 97 L Main Street in Stony Brook, New York.
Okay.
So we are proposing a demolition of an existing one-story ranch home that was built somewhere in the 1960s. And just the home itself, the lot has a detached garage that's CO'd and a pool with a fence that's also has a CO. That's going to remain, and that we're just replacing the home with a new 2-story house. It's on a corner lot on Roscoe Drive in Raymond's Lane. And show you. Is the floor plans. First floor, we have.
Please go to the exterior.
Yeah, sure, you got it. Okay. So I have here is the front elevation facing the east. This is facing Roscoe Drive. And below it is the left elevation, which is facing south, and that is on Raymond's Lane. So we have 2 fronts. I included in my drawings full specifications and architectural details for every element of the house. You could see on our, we have additional sheets here. We just wanted everybody to see how we were going to, what we were actually doing. All the windows are going to be wrapped with 5/4 by 4 AZEK trim with a historic sill. All our columns are going to be custom made, all out of the solid PVC product. I come up with my own detail because I don't like anything that's out there that's, store-bought, from the lumberyard. We are doing all the shingles are going to be, I brought a sample with me, pre-dipped Maybeck shingle in this color, nice white. And the roofing is going to be this product right here. I don't know if you can see it. It's an architectural asphalt roof, weathered wood. It's a great color. It seems to go with everything, and it works really well to resemble a cedar roof. No, the wall shingles are wood.
They are wood.
The siding this is cedar. Yep. Oh, sorry. All the cedar siding is going to be no corner boards. We're going to weave the shingles, keep it a very simple a nice, elegant, soft skin of shingles around the whole home. And we are going to be doing, I brought with me, all the rake boards, which I have a detail right here, is going to be all a nice 1x8. This is not a 1x8, it's a 1x4, but with a nice, solid crown. Give it a nice detail, not too much, but just enough. The house is going to have a 1x6 freeze board with a crown, a solid crown on it. And we are introducing around the house. I created a belt course with a shingle flare, and we have the architectural detail shown right here. And that will have a freeze board underneath it. It wraps around and ties the whole home together. All the windows are going to be the Anderson A series window, which is a beautiful window. Architecturally, they did a great job with that window. And all the gutters are going to be half round. I do have copper as the material currently. And that's pretty much it. We do have a couple little copper accents on the house, if it's acceptable. It's shown in brown on my drawings, so just make sure you can see where it is. And all the exterior lighting will be dark sky compliant. We did provide a specification for the lights in the drawings. And we have a little bit of stone veneer on the chimney. That will be a real thin stone veneer with a nice bluestone cap on top.
A real veneer?
What?
A real veneer?
Yeah, well, it's not the culture stone I meant. So, I think that's pretty much it.
Board members.
I drove by the house today, and it's a very small, quaint house. So I'm just curious how much bigger this house is than the house that's there now?
We have on the site plan, you could see the difference in footprint. I could show you that. As for size, are we talking footprint or are we talking?
Yeah, basically the footprint.
Yeah.
I don't need dimensions, just how much bigger.
Oh. So the new home will be positioned where the old home is. You can see on my site plan, we dotted in the existing home in red. So it's going to be a very similar size, just a little bit about, I don't know, a couple feet wider and a couple feet deeper. And some of that is a porch, so it's kind of open. So it's not very overpowering. It will.
Of course, you're looking at this, and the house is enormous in this picture. So
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that the house is not
Sure.
enormous, and
The existing home is a small home.
I
That's
saw it. I understand, and I don't even have
You're
a
trying
problem.
to understand the scale and massing.
I'm
compared
trying
the
to understand the
existing
scale and massing, but I will say I had no objection to the demo permit.
Others.
Okay, do you want me to go? Or?
Go.
Okay, go. Get out of here.
No time to argue. Go.
All right. General design is fun and relatively simple and appealing. There are a few elements that make it less so. So, if we could go to your page A4. Right. So you have, again, a relatively simple design.
Yes.
Elements that I think run counter to that are the eyebrow on the roof. Okay, I would nix that. I shouldn't say I tell you what to do. I think it runs counter to your overall design. I'm not clear as to, they look like they're little, I don't know if it's the gutters that are sticking out or if you have some sort of buttresses.
No, those are gutters. I try to draw all the detail.
Okay.
Are you talking about on the gables?
Those are half round.
Half round gutters.
Okay.
You're talking about right here.
Yeah.
That's a half
Okay.
round.
Okay, good.
Yeah, which I brought it.
And okay, great.
see.
That's fine. So, never mind on that. The door is a solid door, and that's going to be a dark wood, I guess.
Yes, it's
Okay.
going to be some kind of wood. Yep.
Okay. The transoms over the three windows, I don't know. I'd like to hear what the other board members think of that. The windows, I noticed, but I want to confirm, are all white
Yes, correct.
with white trim and white mullions and the whole 9 yards.
It's pretty much almost like a color rendering, even though it's just white because everything's white.
The unless you folks are familiar with the chimney veneer in terms of what it looks like, maybe Mike, you got a sample? There you go.
It's just real stone, just cut thin. It's a wood. We're not building a mason as of now. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let me just see something.
Okay.
So I can just refresh my memory. Oh, I apologize. This is a real true masonry fireplace.
Okay.
But instead of brick, we were gonna, clad it with the stone.
Right. Now then,
If that's acceptable.
The other thing which is more significant is the white, the choice of white cedar versus and dyed or stained white. The house next door is white. I think your house would look darn cute, natural shingle. You've got a gray house across the street, so a preponderance of white houses, I think.
Is there another color maybe besides natural? The concern is always the maintenance, of course. We always know. With this product, with this,
I share the same concern that right now we're in this place right now. We're the all white house, but when you get a bunch of them in a row, it just makes it unhard. We come from a history in Southampton where people built individual houses and color played into that, and it's sort of the design details tend to disappear when all the houses are white. So,
yeah, I understand.
And when we look at houses that are built in a more classic style where they weren't always white, I think sometimes color adds a little more, and it doesn't have to be natural. It doesn't have to, just a little bit of color adds personality to it.
I agree.
That seems to fit in a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just one other thing on A5, it says typical shingle flare. Is there a curve?
Oh yeah, that I was mentioning in my presentation. In some areas, like this back gable, I thought it'd be really nice to have a little bell course. So the shingles right here, I wrote shingle flare. It has like a little flare. It just comes out about 6 inches or so.
Okay.
It just adds that nice architectural
I
detail.
got
Works
you.
with the
I
shingle
got you.
style.
Okay. All right.
I just wanted to present the details so you could see the
No,
profiles.
and thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent job with details.
Oh, thanks.
So, I personally don't feel that the copper, I'm not big on metal on these houses, I don't understand. It's sort of contrary to residential, it is. And copper in particular, I think the actual proportions of the house are pleasing. But the eyebrow window, I will just tell you, is a deal killer. I see one too many of them.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
That's
I don't
fine.
think it adds, I think it's like a trope. It was something people wanted. And then it turns out, well, it just came and went, that idea.
He's also looking into an unoccupied attic.
Yes.
So that you don't need it, yeah.
It was just to fill in the roof a little
And
bit, balance it a
so-
little bit.
And then in the back, there's copper highlighting things that I don't think are attractive, I guess. Well, I guess it goes across a gable, and then, is it going across the chimney?
No, it was just the little returns, the little eyebrow returns on either side of the main gable. That's all it was. We could eliminate
Is this
that.
true copper or is this?
It was going to be true, copper. But if it's a concern, then we can take it out.
Down onto the house then?
Turns black.
Copper?
It almost turns like this color. This is aluminum, but it's dark bronze anodized. But this is the color we're always looking for, something like in this family. But it can be removed. It's not that important.
Honestly, do you think it improves the house? Or it just isn't?
I mean, I know the rendering is not a true, color of what it really looks like. It's not a photorealistic rendering, of course. But
But I mean, just in general, in terms of, like, I think that the front of the house is pleasing, except that thing is going across there that I don't think has anything to do with the rest of it. That's
yeah,
But
it would.
that's me. Huh? This, for the back, but it's in the front too.
The chimney cap we did a metal chimney cap in
Metal
copper.
chimney cap?
Yeah.
Copper.
More copper?
It says copper on the,
Nina?
Yeah, I'm surprised that you're showing me that it's black, the copper, because we saw copper that was more orange.
Well, it changes over time. It goes up looking like a penny, you know, and then eventually, after a couple of months, it starts turning color. But this might be a little too dark, but it gets towards the brown color.
But I agree that that stripe may be overbearing considering the rest of the house is white, and I don't see any other black unless the windows are framed. The windows seem to be framed in white.
Yeah, we
So-
have no problem removing the metal.
Alright,
roof.
I'm not against embellishment, I just don't think that adds to your house.
I just like the
If you
little
wanted
extra
to
color. That's all it was. You know,
Come up
so-
with something else, it would be interesting.
Is it the
And are
color?
the,
Is
the
color
gutters
material?
are copper?
I mean, that's something I could talk to my client about.
Well,
You know,
I'm just not sure because I don't know if they're listed here.
it's
or-
listed as copper in the drawings, but you know, if we don't do copper, we would just do white. You know, white aluminum.
All right, here's my comments for you. I think we've all sort of discussed the fact that your eyebrow window to nowhere, because it goes into an attic, is unnecessary.
Sure.
So from a form follows function standpoint. you know,
Understood.
I think you should go back to a brick chimney, because when you look at the standard building materials and what were used building materials in the village, brick is a much more normal material for us.
Of
And then
course.
when you go back to brick with a different kind of chimney cap, I don't know that the copper is necessary.
No, we can do
So, you know,
a
drive around
terracotta
the
flue.
neighborhoods, especially our historic neighborhoods, and look what were normal building materials for Southampton. Overall, I think it's a very, very handsome house. I think the balance
Thank
is
you.
great. The wall to window ratio is good. I might echo Jeff's statement, and it's not a deal killer for me, but I think the transoms that you have over the triple gang of windows to the right of the front door could go down a little to maybe a single gang, but you take a look at it and see which balance you like. It just seems like it might be just a little heavy. But, and as far as the accent roofing in the back, if you're not going to have the other copper details, it doesn't make sense to do copper there. I personally, you know, if there's another option you wanted to look at, like something in gray that disappeared a little bit and that doesn't pop from the color of the house, maybe. But overall, that would be my comments. You're doing a semicircular driveway in the front yard because
So because it's a corner lot, currently the garage is all the way on the backyard, you know, and that's where my client parks her car. You know, for guests, if you pulled up to the house now, you wouldn't even know where to go. You know, you'd have to walk around the street to go to the front door. So we're looking for guest parking.
No, the only reason I ask is because I actually have the same problem. I live in one of the Roscoe Farms corner lots.
Okay.
So,
Not Roscoe.
no, it was mine was a Roscoe Farm.
Oh, he
I
called
was
it.
like, before.
Okay, sorry.
I lived in one of them. Anyway, it's a corner lot, and what I worry about is when you have a semicircular driveway that is close to the curb, depending on what the traffic is, you might a single that has some sort of turn back in the front that doesn't have the two curb cuts, just from a safety standpoint. You might want to think about it, just because people fly around the corners. But other than that, other than those small comments, I think it's coming along nicely. And thank you very much for bringing all the samples. It's so much easier when we have a lot to look at.
Yeah, totally.
We like,
Yeah.
and we like toys.
Thank you for the page numbers.
You got it. Yeah, no problem.
Page numbers, cardinal points. There's a lot good happening.
So,
So you think you can be ready to come back by May 13th?
Oh,
with
of
these
course,
changes?
definitely.
Okay.
Just if I don't mind, the driveway. So you're thinking it's just a little too close to the corner?
That's just my, you know,
Yeah.
it's not a deal killer for me, but I would really consider that just because when they're close to a corner like that.
Okay.
you know,
Yeah. No, I
'cause
understand.
I live in a neighborhood where there's a bunch of them.
Somebody coming
and just
around
yeah,
the corner.
from a danger standpoint.
I'm sorry. And then the window, the large window in the front here, we would doing something special in the interior with a taller ceiling. So I
Yeah.
just was trying to balance the interior as well
Okay.
as the exterior.
In terms of the driveway though, otherwise you're gonna have to put like a rectangular go in, turn left so you can back up and
They put a
gravel,
turnout.
Yeah.
Which,
I mean-
so I don't really, I'm not big on the safety issue, obviously. I like the driveway.
Well, you know what?
It's not. Look, it's not a
because
deal killer for me. I just I live with
tight,
in the
I
neighborhood.
see. I think the circular, I don't, to have a big wad of
Right.
gravel, which
Straight
we've been
coming in.
looking at a lot lately. I think when it's close to the house and your house is then white or gray, that
Right.
visually it's not as good, that's all.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
is there that much traffic on those streets?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I know.
And going back to what you said about the corner, I mean, any traffic coming this way is going to be out all the way on the far
Okay.
right.
Well,
coming this way.
I told you it's not a deal killer, but
Yeah.
I'm just making the comment because I've lived
Understood.
with it.
Okay.
All right. Any comments from the public? Okay.
Surprise.
So motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 59 Roscoe Drive to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
You did a
everyone.
nice
And then,
presentation.
did
Thank you.
75 Down East Lane ever come back?
We check if he's on this now. If he's not, then I guess I'll just do it.
Okay. Sage, did anybody pop up back there for 75 Down East?
I guess he must have had an emergency or something. He does live in Germany, so maybe it's a time zone thing. I don't know.
Oh, that would make sense, yeah.
Could be. All right. But he had a whole presentation with all the plans and everything, and that I don't have. I'm just the contractor, so.
So what, now we're
So
doing-
what are you presenting?
I was just gonna ask you guys what you'd like me to do.
I'd like you to come back the next meeting, because if
Okay.
you're not here and you're not prepared and you have plans, it's not our
Yeah.
job to tell you what you may want to build.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, sure.
So
I only have
I'm
them
just
on-
gonna, I'm
on the
gonna
phone.
request to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 75 Down East to May 13th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We
Sorry.
can.
Yeah, he must have had an emergency or something.
Sorry,
He had
you
it all
had
on.
to- sorry you had to wait so long.
Yeah, it's okay. No worries. Thank you.
Okay, so next up is 163.
Yeah, we took jurisdiction, we're good. Yeah.
163 Halsey Street. Hello?
Hello.
If you'll introduce yourself, please.
Dan Kissinger, DK Architectural Design, representing Linda Helloffs.
Hello.
Okay.
If you'll just make sure and be close to that microphone so
Sure.
folks watching and those that are left watching at home can hear.
Okay, so we are proposing a 304 square foot addition to the house. I'll just zoom into the one of the elevations. So we are matching the eave design of the original house. As you can see, this is an original picture of the house, and we're adding a sunroom to the house. So the doors are going to remain, and we're just going to build a sunroom off of that, matching the same eave depth and everything. A 2-inch crown over a PVC fascia. The roof material is going to be the same asphalt shingle that's on the house. The exterior siding is going to be a PVC raised paneling, just so that the existing house has cedar siding, and to try to match that, we would have to reside the entire house to make it all match. So we added the white PVC raised paneling for that material. We have the white windows and simulated divided lights to give it some character. And we are open to any comment from the
Do you
board.
have a site plan?
Yes.
We don't.
It's on the drawings.
On the drawings? How big?
Yeah.
I think it's in the drop.
The front sheet, I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Oh. Okay. No. On the front sheet?
Yes, on the front sheet, we have a little bit to the left side.
Oh, with a big stamp. Southampton Village
Yeah.
received on it. But we don't have any perspective. Well, never mind. The pool was already there, right?
Correct. So we are still 8.5 feet away from the pool.
Okay.
And
5 is.
yeah. And to add a little bit more detail into how we came up with the design, I wanted the design to be set in a little bit from the exterior walls, and so that the roof line is a little bit smaller than what is there existing, and to match the same roof pitches.
Okay. Board members.
Yeah, I think it's a smart-looking sunroom. I think it goes extremely well with the house. I think the touch about bringing it in so it's not either flush or proud of the existing house. I mean, this is a cute little bungalow, essentially. And I know we're sometimes concerned about light pollution. I'm familiar with the property. I happen to live across the street, so I walk the area. It's surrounded by hedges. I think there are huge laurels in the back that would be impervious to any light. So I think all in all, it's a tasteful design and fitting with the house.
Okay.
I agree. There you go.
I personally thought that it was very high window to wall ratio, but I'm also familiar with the house, and I do think it fits in, and as long as there's no neighborly complaints, then
There was a concern from the neighbor, who I,
Yes,
you know,
there's a
again,
letter. There's a
sees,
letter to
right, which had to do not so much with the back, but with the side entrance, I believe. Was that it? I had the letter here, and now I can't find it.
I have it.
Okay.
I don't,
What's that?
I mean, these lots are close together, I don't
Yeah.
know. It's between the pool and the house. It's not like it's space that wasn't already.
Right.
That's the part that I feel like then I don't really
Okay.
Yeah,
agree. How's
it
that?
exists.
That's why I asked.
Right. It exists, and it was either open, and now it's windowed.
Right. So, and I do think it's a lot of windows, but I don't know. I thought it looked good with. I thought it went with the house, and the house isn't so full of windows, is it?
No.
We see the house.
Are there any comments from the public?
Do you have a picture of the house? Oh, here's one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Someone's complaining about the pathway being too close to her
Well,
deck.
So
I don't know.
Look,
This
it's
is-
a lot.
I hear
really,
the
there's just
complaint.
not
I
much
don't know that I
more.
agree with
I
it.
just have a front image of the house right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's like John's
you look
house.
at the- I mean, there's nowhere else to go. I mean, it's already there.
All right, there was no comments from the public? Okay. I think I agree with the other comments.
Okay.
So I'm going to motion to approve the application for 163 Halsey Street with drawings dated March 5th, drawings dated, what's your date? Drawings submitted and stamped by the village on March 5th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
It's a long wait, but it went quickly. Huh?
All right,
It's
that takes us
amazing.
now to new matters, which is
Incredible.
95 South Main Street for a gate.
And this is the question. Is this the one? Yeah. This is
Oh, that's the existing.
I'm looking for paperwork. Would you go ahead and start?
Sure. My name is Perry Guillot, a landscape architect. The project is 95 South Main Street. It's the Captain Sayer house. It has a historic monument in the front. And what's proposed is a driveway gate, sort of like a path gate that runs along the side of the house. It's pushed 97 feet off the face of the curb, so it's well back. It doesn't, the goal was to, it's painted, proposed to be painted the same color as the shutters in the front door of the house, and I think that darker color recedes the presence of this gate on that street and the historic nature of this special house on South Main Street, and it doesn't engage with it's a quiet partner, is the way I saw the use of this gate.
Okay. And what's the construction?
It's wood and simple
Automated?
automated.
And what's the mechanism?
It's in-ground, no call box, open when you drive up.
How are you, the only question I'm going to ask is when I look at this visually, I don't see 40% transparency. I don't know how you're figuring it.
Total surface area of the gate, I think, is shown at 85 square feet. And if you add up the void, you get to 48.
Well, we usually do it by the
It's
the
it's
slats
the
and
gate.
the space.
The gate's exclusive of the posts.
So the gap is 3 inches, correct?
I'll turn
And
it back around.
I don't know what to call the slats.
Slats.
The slats are
Are
5.5.
5.5, so that doesn't compute. So the wood is almost 2. See what I'm saying?
I do, but
And I'm terrible at math. This took me a long time. But when I looked at it, I thought, it's not really transparent enough. And then I thought, well, they switched it. So the slats, he said, oops, I made a mistake. And the slats are actually 3,
Well,
and the space is 5.5.
Yeah,
But you
I
don't need to do
did it
that
a
much.
couple of times. If it was solid,
Obviously,
it would
we're
be
lucky.
85 square feet.
Yeah, but you're
And if
counting
it
the posts?
no,
Okay,
you can see the
sorry.
red dashed line on the
Okay, I
little.
do.
Right, that's what I'm counting.
But even visually, Perry, don't you see that can't be possible?
Well, I saw that its job was to.
Yes, so
Sure.
the simple math in what Susan is doing is correct. If you 3.5, the total width, airspace and slat is 8.5. 3-inch opening over 8.5 is 35%. Reciprocal, or at least the difference between 100 and 35 is 65. So
Right.
you've got 65%.
What does the board like to see?
40%.
40.
There are guidelines in the
There's
building
actually,
department.
if you go to the
Yeah.
there's published.
I've done this before.
And just so I know one other thing, what's the total square footage of the lot?
Good question. I have the survey. I don't know. I don't
Perry, apart from quibbling, and it's not quibbling, apart from parsing the dimensions, one of the things that, as I drove on South Main Street, that's very clear is the gates that are there and the fences that are there are very low and very open. And in fact, in your picture, to the left of the driveway, you see a picket fence with stakes that are maybe 1 inch wide or something like that, and then 4 or 5 inches. So anyway,
Sure.
the point is, it doesn't have to be that open. On the other hand, more open than what you have here. So I wouldn't
Not
get
a-
out your slide rule to figure out whether it should be 39.9% or 40%, just more open.
Not a problem.
I think, for me.
It's not a problem.
design
There's
the color,
nothing.
The rest is fine. It just needs to be more
Suggest
transparent.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
And the other thing
Sorry,
we'll need to
waited
know is
all
total
night.
square footage of the lot.
Yeah, I used to think gates went earlier in the evening.
I bet you did.
We don't make the agenda.
Okay. No, I'm not complaining. It's been
I would
incredibly
prefer it,
informative.
because then it would be
I enjoyed it.
You did.
I did.
I
Oh
just
my
want to
God.
ask the color of the gate.
It's
just black.
same as the
Black.
door
I like
and
the
the
color.
shutter on the house, which is called a Pharaoh and Bowl number 57.
It just looks so much lighter that's why I asked.
In my drawing, but
Yes,
not
yes.
in the.
Okay, so
that's why.
I asked.
That's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any comments from the public? February 13th May 13th works for you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Great. Motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 13th through 95
So,
South Main Street.
thinner
LLC.
pickets.
Is there a second?
Get it to 40%.
Yeah,
Is there, wait a minute, there's a motion.
45%.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Yes. You got to get it to 40. All right. So that now takes us to public hearing landmark designation review. I think we actually want to start tonight with some comments from Alex Wallach. Alex, are you there?
Good evening. Yes, are you able to hear me okay?
We are.
Okay, great. Sorry that I'm not able to join you.
Which hearing are you?
You're not up yet, John.
We're actually the applicant here, so we're going to start with some comments from Alex Wallach. Go ahead.
Okay, great. If it's helpful, I thought I could go over the process so that the board members will be reminded how we got to this point. Is that all right?
Yes,
It's very difficult to hear.
but you're hard to hear.
Can't hear the court report. I can't hear.
I'll try and speak up. Sorry, I know the connection may not be great.
It's garbled somewhat.
It's your connection, or your your microphone.
Your microphone. Is that possible?
Yeah, sorry. I'm a little bit in transit right now. So I'll try and speak up, and hopefully you'll be able to hear. And I can also submit comments to the writing in writing if that's preferable.
We have to object. He's inaudible, and I think he said he's in transit.
Hang on. Alice, what do you suggest we do?
Yeah, I think I'm going to suggest that we hear from Alex at the next meeting because this is
That's not fair, especially at this hour. Alex, we're going to put you into the next meeting for your comments because it's at this hour and you're not actually legible, so or audible. We can't hear you. You're legible. I can't hear you, so we'll move to the next meeting. Okay. All right. A couple of things before we start. A couple of things to remember. In this particular case, the village is the applicant. So when I'm going to call these for public comment tonight. We're not going to vote on these tonight. I want to stay at the beginning for one of these applications. I know someone has requested an adjournment until June because they just got some of the materials. But so we're not going to vote on these tonight, and I'm going to open the public comment. But I want everyone to remember that we are actually the applicant is the village in this process, and when we call you up, we're asking you for public comment. So from that standpoint,
we actually got 2 adjournment requests.
Okay. Yes, we did. One of them was yeah.
And I have a couple of comments as well.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
You're just going to have to wait a minute, John. So we've received correspondence and statements from Council for Owners that they were upset that the board took testimony without their client's presence. And I understand that this normally would be unacceptable because it would be their client's application. However, this is the board's application. With people in the room having traveled to the hearing, it was only fair to take their testimony and keep the record open to allow everyone to present their testimony. And importantly, we will hear from the owner and their representatives. There was also an issue raised with notice being delivered to an owner's doorman at his New York City address in the winter, which frankly sounds as though the mail was received in its normal course. The mailing was done in accordance with the code. As for stating that the board was engaged in predetermination because one board member expressed that homes met the landmarking criteria, that is a far cry from predetermination. That is one board member out of 5 who evaluated from the report that in his opinion, the standards were met. No vote has been taken on any of the applications. I'm going to leave it there, but none of these applications have been decided yet. So I think the board has been more than fair in allowing everyone to be heard. And with that, you can go ahead and open up the records.
Okay, the first record I'm going to open up is for 1820 Meadow Lane, the concert house for public comment. Are there public comments?
Before you get there, you have to deal with the Bliss House because I've never seen this happen.
We don't
before.
have to deal with the Bliss
Yes,
House.
you have to deal with
We
the Bliss
don't have
House.
to deal with
I
the
took
Bliss
it
House.
off the
We don't have to
agenda.
deal with the Bliss
Don't yell
House
at
in
me,
your.
Alice. You're
You don't.
making a
You're yelling.
mess of
You're
this.
yelling first, John.
No,
Excuse
you
me.
started
We don't
raising
have
your
to
voice.
deal with the
Okay,
Bliss
hang
House
on.
in your timeline, John.
Yes, you do.
We can deal with the Bliss House in our timeline because this is the board's meeting. It's not your meeting, actually.
You know what? Yes, it is. It's a public. Oh,
No, it's
now
actually not
the
your meeting.
Philosopher kings are going
It's
to
actually
have
not
that
your meeting.
tonight.
John, we're either going to have civil conversation, no
Okay,
conversation.
well, then let me make my.
Okay, but we're going to have
statement.
civil conversation, no
Okay, I
conversation.
was
Let me just
jumped
state
on
that.
by your counsel.
Wait a second.
Oh, was that what happened?
That's exactly what happened, Alice.
I object for a second. We have an agenda.
What are you doing with Bliss? You took it off the agenda illegally.
we
When,
have it-
when an applicant withdrew the application, you struck it and wrote withdrawn by the applicant. Bliss just disappeared.
No, it
And I
didn't.
got a letter
No,
from
it didn't.
council saying it was going to be tabled, which makes absolutely no sense. Tabling means you keep it on the agenda and come
I don't
back
think
with
you
it.
should
okay,
let him
first-
railroad your
Well,
agenda.
First thing first, let's go back to the issue at
We could
hand.
just
So first I'm
adjourn
going,
the
if you
meeting.
have comments
No,
to
you
talk
want
to,
be-
if you
want
want
to
to,
adjourn the meeting because you don't want like what's being said to you.
no, that's not, a-
No, I don't think the board likes being yelled at.
Let's just
The
not.
board
do
should
it.
act properly then.
Do I hear a second?
No, but
No.
there's no application.
there's no application.
There's no application.
1820, are there public comments on 1820 Meadow Lane?
Yes, I have them. So this is an application. We represent the owner. We were just retained today. Our client did not receive notice of the board's intention to consider landmarking until days after the first hearing was held. The matter is scheduled for continuation this evening. Again, we were only recently retained, and our client is seeking, in addition to retain the services of a historic consultant. Accordingly, the matter should be adjourned at least until June 10th, and this is without waiver to any prejudice or our client's right, including his rights to request one or more adjournments beyond the June 10th. Based upon our review of the initial public hearing held on March 11th, wherein this board opened a public hearing to consider landmarking of the property, despite the fact that the property owner was not present, it's apparent that the board has predetermined the outcome of this process. In recent past, this board has been chastised by the Supreme Court, Suffolk County. In the matter of Bliss, the court held, next we turn to the conduct of the ARB. It's difficult on this record to avoid the conclusion that this board was not predisposed to a denial before hearing any testimony or considering any of the petitioner's offers of proof. This is another reason to grant the petition. The non-verbatim ARB transcript of the hearing says, I want to make sure that we're clear this is a significant house. It's a Norman Jaffe house. Here the board, in this matter, without any notice to village property owners, retained the services of an expert to conduct a study of modern architecture. The board thereafter, again without any notice, the property owners adopted the study, and at the initial public hearing, despite the fact that our client, the owner of the property, was not present or represented, two of the board members clearly stated their predisposition to landmark these properties. Indeed, Member Broadleaf stated, quote, my comment is that this meets the requirements by code based upon the research I've done, presumably not in the public, and what Alex has presented to qualify for landmarking. That's the transcript of the March 11, 2024 public hearing at page 9. The chairman thereafter reiterated, quote, it's clearly our intention to want to landmark this house. That's the transcript of the March 11, 2024 public hearing at page 19. This very practice has been unequivocally criticized by the Supreme Court, yet the board continues to act in this improper manner. Our client, the owner of this property, fully intends to impose this landmark designation and must be afforded the time necessary to oppose the board's attempts to use preservation as a weapon to restrict his private property rights. We fully intend to fight any landmarking. We fully intend to litigate this if you're foolish enough to landmark this property, and we will take it to the highest court necessary.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on 1820 Meadow Lane? Okay, then we're going to close public comment tonight on that record.
Before you do, I would mention that I disagree with the completion of the standards of 65.5 and 65.3. They are facially and substantively different.
Okay. Then I'm going to open the public record for 1360 Meadow Lane. Is anyone for
Well, I
13?
think you should adjourn.
What? Oh, adjourning? Okay. I will motion to adjourn discussion for 1820 Meadow Lane until June 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Next up, 1360 Meadow Lane.
This is the DF Meadow, right?
Pardon? Yes.
DF Meadow. Anthony Pasca, Essex Hector, Angel Italian Pasca. We were just retained past few days. I sent in a letter.
You sent a letter.
request.
Thank you.
We're just getting up to speed on everything. And wherever you adjourn, if you are going to be adjourning the other applications that the board has made, we'd like to just tag along with the same date. So if you're adjourning to June, please adjourn us to June. If you're adjourning to May, adjourn us to May.
Okay.
But we have a lot of work to do to get up to speed. I'll make a representation. There's no outstanding work permits, applications, pending plans to do anything. So there's really no reason not to take this deliberately.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, so I'm going to motion to adjourn 1360 Meadow Lane till June 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Next up, any public comments on 380 Barron's Lane, the Cohen House?
Good evening. My name's Brian Doyle. I'm an attorney with Greenberg Traurig in Bridgehampton, New York. I'm going to make an application to adjourn the public hearing on this matter to June 10th as well. We sent a letter to Ms. Cooley and the board this afternoon. Would like to be kept on the calendar with the other houses you're seeking to designate as landmarks.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for any other public comment on 380 Barron's Lane? Anything in the back? Okay. Motion to adjourn discussion for 380 Barron's Lane until June the 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public discussion for 1880 Meadow Lane, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Michael G. Walsh, 860 Montauk Highway, Watermill, New York, for the respondent, I
For the
guess.
respondent.
1880 Meadow Lane. I would also like that June date, Mr. Chairman. I did submit correspondence, I believe it was Thursday afternoon, on two bases. One, we've got some outstanding FOIL requests that we'd like to get a response to. I understand they're forthcoming.
Have you received any response?
No, haven't received anything. Sent them in twice.
Okay.
Did you send them to the clerk or just the building department?
Building department and the clerk.
Okay.
Yeah. What we're basically looking for is those early minutes and the early
Okay.
part of this proceeding. What we're
Yeah,
trying to
you had mentioned it
wrap
before.
our head around is how this all got started. And we also are in the process of retaining an expert to bring to you to look at the Reg Ed report. I think it's important that someone look at that, which we will do. And we'd like that June date as well, please, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Anyone else for discussions on 1880 Meadow Lane? Okay. Motion to adjourn public discussion for 18 Meadow Lane until June 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One thing I'm going to ask,
I have a point of order.
I'm not ready for you yet. You
Okay.
sit down
Good.
and
I have-
I'll let you know. I'll let you know when I'm done. One thing that I'm thinking about this process, because it is a serious matter, is that some of our board members weren't with us for the entire process here, and I think it would be a good idea to ask the building department for people who are willing to open the house for the building department. I mean, for the members of the board to have an opportunity to walk the properties. So and get the interiors and exteriors. Well, I think it'd be a nice gesture, interiors or exteriors at the property owner's choice. I think we've done the report. Some of us have walked some of the properties. Some of us have walked them from the beach side and the street side. I think I'd like to give everybody on this board the opportunity to do that if they haven't had the opportunity. So for those of you who have property owners that would be interested, I'm going to ask Alex to reach out and find out if we do have interested property owners who will reach out.
I don't want Mr. Wallach, Mr. Wallach shouldn't be reaching out, Ms. Cooley can reach out.
No,
to
you
clients.
can't tell us what.
Wait, these people are represented by counsel.
I don't have a problem with
Yeah, the planner can't reach out to clients directly. Ms. Cooley can.
Oh, they can reach out to
if
no,
he
I
wants me to
actually
reach out,
understand that.
It's
Okay.
fine.
Actually, okay.
It's fine.
All right.
Stop, please.
John?
Yeah.
Okay, John.
Thank you. Just a point of order. Alice, my apologies. I thought we had an understanding as to how something was going to go forward this evening. You may have had conversation with the board when they have different opinion. So to the extent that I raised my voice, I apologize. You've always been very, very kind in your manner. So my apologies.
Thank you, John.
And that's heartfelt.
Thank you, John.
So at the March 11th meeting and then at the March 25th meeting, on the agenda appeared the matter of 88 ML LLC, which is known as the Orse Bliss matter. I did get a call, and Alice, don't let me put any words in your mouth, from Alice, and then a subsequent letter where you said the board was going to table the matter. As you know, it's been my position throughout that the board cannot proceed in this matter given the fact that the Supreme Court, Suffolk County, did overturn the board and direct the issuance of the certificate of appropriateness. You did appeal that, and that under 5519, there's a stay in terms of the directive parts of the order, but the order is still the law of the case, which means res judicata prohibits you from what you're trying to do here is a second bite of the apple. And I would disagree, because if you look at the standards, they're the same. They're essentially, they're not essentially, they are the same standards. So let me finish,
No,
please.
but we're not taking public comment tonight on Bliss House, so what is the point of all
but
this?
this is very important that you hear it, because you can't
it's not
just
on
have
our
a
agenda.
matter disappear
John?
from your agenda when you formally opened a meeting. You have to
John,
withdraw it.
John, we're not gonna withdraw it.
Okay.
My indication to you was
Okay.
that the board would table the matter
That's meaningless.
pending the outcome of the Appellate Division Second Department's decision.
It doesn't work.
And if you want us to formally vote on that, then we can do that tonight.
Table it? Are you tabling it, or are you withdrawing it? Because
We're not withdrawing it.
Okay, so what's going to happen, and I want to understand to you the meaning of the word contempt in the law. It's not what you might mean in a novel or something. You are now in contempt of a judge's order, and I will be seeking to hold you in contempt. Someone's going to have to bring this home to you, that you don't get a second bite of the apple, and you should think about it again, because of course I will give notice
John,
to Alice, but we're going to go in and ask Judge Bartolucci to hold you in contempt.
Okay.
we are not withdrawing it.
Okay, so motion to close tonight's
Why
meeting.
don't you go ahead
Contrary
and...
to what you
and-
said on the phone the other day.
No, I said that we would table it, as did my letter. It was very clear.
We had a subsequent conversation in which you agreed with me that it should be withdrawn.
You know what? This
I
is
did
this
not
is this is
say
not
that.
You may be
helpful.
embarrassed at what you said.
I am
That's
not
what you said.
embarrassed at what I said
Okay,
because I
motion to
didn't say
close the
withdraw.
the April 8th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.